small brochure which speaks about Nirman. Nirman is into 7 impact areas. The details of complete 7 impact areas are given here. In education, what are we doing? In health, what activities are doing? And how many people got benefited? The complete details of Nirman projects are mentioned here. And here is the project bank. This bank has got the programs, what all we are doing at Nirman, and when you're planning to collaborate with us, it will help you to understand in which area you wanted to collaborate with us, what program, what is the tenure of the program, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 15 months, and if you wanted to impact anyone, how many members you wanted to impact. The complete details are mentioned in this bank. There's an impact bank. Similarly, there is one interesting thing that is called ISR, the Individual Social Responsibility, where we drive at Nirman. The details are also given in this. Here is a scanner where you can directly scan and go to Nirman website and view more details. Similarly, along with that, a goodie bag has been given. There is something special about this goodie bag. This bag is stitched at our production center. We train women who are underprivileged community where education is not at all a barrier for them. We train them and we give them the livelihood opportunities by stitching these products. We take orders from many corporates and give them the employment. In case if you're looking for any kind of collaboration for any corporate gifting, please reach out to us. We have our Insta page where you can log into our Insta page and look for the products what we have. And all the products have been stitched by underprivileged women. Whatever the impact you give through the purchase of the bag will directly go to them. And we have also set up a stall in the area where we are going to have a food. You can experience our products. Thank you.
Thank you, Himashri. And ladies and gentlemen, you will also see some QR codes on your table as well. Those are the codes. When you scan, will give you much more information about what Nirman is all about. We do have a technology portal, which as HR professionals you can use, and also the feedback part of it. There is also another document on each of your tables, which is a concept note about this entire impact hiring program. And it also gives you a snapshot of how we have done the 7 events so far. And promise, we are going to make this very interesting. Have my word for that. And a lot of activities, fun activities too. How many of you know what bingo is all about? None of you have played bingo? No? Okay, 1 hand up, 2 hands, 3 hands, that's it? Okay, so today you will get to play bingo as well, and may I invite Malvika ji, erstwhile CHRO of F5 Networks and a pro bono leader with Nirman organization. Malvika ji is the chair of the Nirman HR Conclaves, and she will take you through what bingo is all about.
Thank
Malvika
you,
ji,
Priya.
over you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Bangalore. Good morning. I see the Josh here. And you know what? On your table, as Priya mentioned, each one of you have a privilege of playing the bingo game. And bingo is nothing but in India we call it tambola. How many hands go up when I say tambola? I see many more hands going up. Bingo is another name for it. What's in a name? The winner is a winner in both the games, okay? So in the bingo form, you see many columns filled up, all of them. And what you need to do is to be mindful during the sessions, because every word that's mentioned there will be part of a speech that will be coming up here. And what you need to do is cross the column, but at the same time, you need to write who said it. That's the most important part of it and the most difficult part of it, because you have to keep your ears listening to who that person was. And once you mention the name and you have all the names right, all the columns crossed, you have chances to be the winner. And there's no lottery, so you are a winner if you get it right. We will announce the results after lunch. All programs till lunch will have something to do with this bingo form, so pay your attention, be mindful during the sessions, and lo and behold, you could be the winner. Thank you.
And you do have goodies if you're a winner, right? And going to the second activity that we have planned for you, you all would have done Menti as a part of your organization exercises, engagement exercises. Did you all do that? Couple of them. Okay, but simultaneously we do have some icebreaker activities as well. And may I invite Shivani Tyagi, Manager HR and Lead Volunteering at Nirman to share the details. Shivani, over to you.
Thank you, Priya. Good morning, everyone. A little louder? Yes, good. So as we begin today's conclave, one thing we all recognize is the value of meaningful conversations, right? And sometimes it's not just the sessions which we are going to have today, but the people which we meet that make an event truly memorable. Do you agree? Yes, again? Yes, nodding I can see, good. But let's be honest. Having conversations in a room full of accomplished people isn't easy. And sometimes it's just one question that turn a stranger into a connection. So, you all will have quick 2 minutes and we will have a small activity which will help you spark that connection. The rules are, so you all will have 2 minutes and as you can see, you all are not sitting alone. And if in case you are, I don't think, but you might be at odd number, I would request you to have even number. If you are sitting alone, change your seat, go to a person whom you can talk to. Like on the first table, I can see there are 3 people. So you need to talk to each other, there should be 4 people. Quickly, I'll give you 30 seconds. Look around, change your places. It is going to be a fun activity. Quick, quick. Sir, you too. So you both are there. Good, you too. Nice. It should be an even number at each table. Okay.
I cheated. I gave clue to them.
What clue you have
Discuss
given?
with your neighbors. The question is from that only. Discuss.
No. Okay. First we need to tell the rules. Okay. So now you all are adjusted. You all will have 2 minutes and after 2 minutes, I will ask 3 questions which will be about your partners. So have a quick chit chat with them. Get to know them just a little, not too much because you all have breaks. So just get to know them just a little and after 2 minutes, I will be asking 3 questions and whosoever answers those 3 questions correct, that person will get a gift. Okay? Are you ready? Shall we start? Okay, I will have a timer now. I'm already hearing buzzing in the room. Where? So your timing starting now. 2 minutes में जितना जान सको जान लीजिए. Okay, 1 minute to go. Time over. 21 seconds more. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, stop, stop, stop. Okay, now look at me, everyone. Yes, okay. So now let me see who were not talking. Let me catch that first. Okay. You, tell me your partner's name. Marlin. Okay.
Mike, Mike.
Yes. So, what hobbies or passion Marlin has, which she loves to do outside her work? Is it true? Okay, so Marlin likes to play badminton. Good, good, we know that. Okay, third question. Okay, that might be a hint for everyone, but please, Lata, keep an eye on everyone. No one should talk now, okay? That's your job. Okay, does Marlin have pet at home?
No.
No? Oh, did you ask that or was a guess? Know each other before? Do you know? Oh no, that's my mistake. Okay, okay, okay. I'll ask. To whom did you talk? Oh, you spoke with him. Okay. So what's your partner's name?
Milton.
Milton. So what are Milton's hobbies?
Hobbies like playing chess and swimming.
Chess and swimming. I think these are the questions everyone must have asked before.
Shivani,
Okay.
pehle, please check whether they're colleagues. They're together.
Ah, good, good. They are not. So does he has pets at home?
No.
No.
He doesn't.
Was it a guess again?
No.
No, you asked? How come you can ask this question in just 2 minutes? Did you leak the question paper, Lata? No. Might be. Okay, one gift to him also. I think I need to change the questions now.
Yeah.
Yeah, now. Okay, great. So now I think a name everyone knows. They know the hobbies, right? And they now know, like, they do they? Okay, they are talking to each other. Let's talk. Lata, please.
Hi, sir. Hi, ma'am.
So I think name you already know. Yes. So Lakshmi, tell me, does Vamshi has pets at home?
I didn't ask that, but that's a little ahead of questions. We were talking about our work and home and all that.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
These two did not give me that chance. Okay, any guesses? Looking at his personality, do you think?
I do.
Correct. A gift to her as well. Okay, any interesting question? Okay, I will ask to you, who is not looking at me. He. Whom did you talk to? Whom did you talk to? Him? Are you colleagues?
No.
See, Priya, I remembered. Okay, so I'll just ask you the name first. Do you know his name?
Yeah, Ravi Kumar.
Ravi Kumar. Okay, which company he works?
No, NTTF. TTF.
NTT. Okay.
Okay.
How many children does he have?
No.
No?
I don't know.
Good. I asked a good question then. No gifts for him. Okay, you can tell. Everyone wants to hear about everyone, so yeah.
Actually, I met Mr. Rajesh. He is from Clouds.
He's
There
from
in Clouds.
Clouds, okay.
Yeah, he's doing actually HR solution and IT solution.
Okay. Is he married or not?
I think so.
I think so. Are you? No. Okay, that is wrong then. Okay,
sorry.
thank you for your good attempt. Okay. Checking. Next one. Who can be the next one?
Yes, the beautiful girls are there.
Beautiful girls. Okay.
Are you colleagues?
No.
We both are colleagues.
Me and she not, we are not colleagues.
Okay. Then I'll ask you. Where does she stay?
No, we did not.
No.
ask that.
Oh, okay. Then we need to
From
move to the next
Bangalore,
one.
I know that she's
Ah,
from
that's the
Bangalore.
question I did not ask, because if I'll ask where they are from, then everyone will say Bangalore only. Yeah, so that's the out of syllabus question. Okay, something. How many friends does she have?
I think she's quite outgoing, so definitely she
Outgoing,
would
so
be having
any
good
good
number
guesses?
of friends. Maybe about 6, 7. Very close friends.
Close friends, just handfuls of friends. How many? 2? Not more than? 10? Oh, not more than 10. 10 is again itself a huge number. Okay. Okay, so what's your name? Sayada. Okay, so we have Sayada here. What's your name? Sandhya. So what's the new thing you got to know about Sandhya?
Like about herself, basically she's from Hyderabad, she's settled in Bangalore, she's working in Flipkart, has a HR in vendor management, and she takes of blue collar jobs and all.
Give it. See, in just 2 minutes, she
And
did not.
she's married and she have a daughter.
Blog writing, oh, that's a good thing. Nice. That's a new thing. So you have got to know a lot about Sandhya. That's a good job you have done in 2 minutes. Great. Okay, moving on. So we have got to know so many people. Before we go ahead, I think I would like to congratulate all of you because I feel that it's really, really not easy to talk to someone, and you all have cracked the first connection of today. So congratulations to all of you. Yes, we are coming. Let's see. Okay, to that person.
You make me to walk.
Oh, he's from Nirman. No. Okay. Out. No. Okay. Out.
These
Okay.
are colleagues. Muthu
To
say.
this guy.
These 2 are colleagues.
Are you two colleagues?
Yes.
No, okay. Now you are out of context. No, you can't. So did you two talk to each other? Anyway, you know each other. So did you talk to someone else in those 2 minutes? No? Okay. We welcome our chief guest. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
So as we are welcoming our chief guest, Manisha Sabu ma'am. So yes, as I have told, you all have cracked one connection for today. So today's goal is not just about learning, but connecting. So keep those conversations flowing through breaks and beyond, right? A clap to you and to our chief guest and all the esteemed guests.
So apologies for interrupting the conversation. May I request all the guests to be kindly seated? Mayur. Apologies once again for interrupting the conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our esteemed guests. May I take this opportunity to formally welcome Manisha Sabu, who is the head of Infosys Foundation and chief guest of the day. And along with her, we've got Captain Shanti, who's the senior program director of Infosys Foundation. We also have the pleasure of having Mr. Prashant Nandella, who is the advisor with First Source and erstwhile president of HISIA, which is the Hyderabad Software Associations. He is also an executive council member of NASCOM. And joining them, we do have a special guest as well, Mr. Srikanth Srinivasan, who is the Vice President and Membership Outreach. Welcome, Srikanth. We also do have Ms. Meenu Bambani, who is the Vice President, State Street, and head of the CSR and grants. At Nirman, we believe that talent is everywhere, but opportunities are not. Impact hiring is all about breaking the barriers, enabling employment for underrepresented communities, and ensuring business success with a strong social purpose. And today we have with us our esteemed guests, many corporate and HR partner leaders here for collaboration, learning, and driving meaningful change. We encourage you to actively participate, share your thoughts, and take back actionable insights. And on this note, let us begin this auspicious occasion by invoking the light of knowledge, hope, and progress. May I request all the esteemed guests to join for lighting of the lamp. We do have Lakshmi Nambiar, lead of corporate social responsibility of Karnataka and Kerala, for Cognizant. And we have Vamshi Mutyapu, who's with Infosys, and a great support to Nirman. And Mayur, may I now request to kindly lead the guests for lighting of the lamp? The lighting of the lamp is a sacred ritual symbolizing the disappearance of darkness and the guide to wisdom and positivity.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं
After this auspicious beginning, may I request the guests to be kindly seated. I hope the smoke is not going to activate any sprinklers. Vishnu, are we okay with this? It's not going to activate any sprinklers and unseasonal rains for us? No, right? I know in the afternoon, it's such a pleasure to be here after all the heat in Hyderabad. I love Bangalore. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, let's take a moment to witness the heart and soul of today's gathering. The journey that started with a vision to empower and uplift communities across the nation. We now present Nirman Impact Video, a glimpse into the impact, the transformation, and the lives touched by Nirman. Let's watch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now it is my honor to introduce Mr. Mayur Patnala, a passionate social entrepreneur and social innovator. He is the founder and global CEO of Nirman organization and driving social impact through education, employment, and sustainable development. What started in 2005 while studying in BITS Pilani, Mayur was influenced by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and he founded Nirman. And this started as a small initiative teaching children of campus workers and raising funds through personal contributions of the students. And today it has transformed into a nationwide movement impacting over 4 million lives across 25 states in India. This movement, which started with just 20 students, has now grown to a global force of 600 plus full-time employees and 1,000 plus volunteers and community investments that has created a scalable and sustainable impact. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mayur Patnala, a change maker, innovator, and a true inspiration. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning, Bengaluru. I have got 7 minutes and I have a responsibility to fulfill. I'll try my best. I would like to welcome each and every Conclave on impact hiring. Thank you so much. This conference is completely curated for you, and wishing you our team has worked hard in curating a best experience to create a best experience for you, and thank you so much. I would like to, on behalf of our board leadership, in the loving memory of Venkat Tankashala, and also represented by Vineet Saxena, Prashant Nandela, and myself, we would like to welcome you all once again. I have 2 to 3 important welcomes to make. On behalf of our board, our executive leadership, our chairperson of our pro bono leadership, Malvika Joshi for the entire HR conclaves for impact hiring. The first welcome is definitely to the business and CSR leadership of India Inc. today, who is present here. Our heartfelt welcome to Manisha Sabu, who is our chief guest of today. She is head of the Infosys Foundation, who has been championing this. Thank you so much, ma'am. Means a lot. I would like to welcome Captain Shanti, who is a senior program director at Infosys Foundation. Thank you so much. I would like to also extend my heartfelt welcome to Meenu Bambani, who is the vice president of State Street, and she heads the India and APAC senior grants manager for CSR. And I also would like to extend invitation to Lakshmi Nambiar, who is our CSR lead for Cognizant for Karnataka and Kerala. Thank you so much. And of course, our Pro Bono Leadership Council, Vamshi Mutyapu, who has traveled from Hyderabad for us. Thank you so much. And Shiva Bhavanari and others who have been very crucial part of us. A special thanks to from all of us, from our board, from executive leadership, from our team, from our so many volunteers. I would like to heartily welcome Srikanth as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you for, Srikanth is the vice president at NASCOM. He leads the membership there. A hearty welcome, sir. And of course, our internal welcome to Prashant, who has traveled from Hyderabad to here. He is the president of ICI as well. He wears two hats here. One is on the Nirman board as well as also on the industry association. So we have both ICI and also NASCOM here and a lot of members. It's an honor and privilege on behalf of course, Infosys, State Street, and several other corporate organizations which have been funding not only Nirman but Nirman-like organizations, many, for skill development in this country, to present before this entire thought of impact hiring to industry associations like HICIA, NASCOM, etc. Because I would like to connect this to the story of why we would like to do impact hiring. Why the Nirman kind of organizations which have been CSR partners, volunteering partners for India Inc., why are we trying to work hard to position ourselves as talent partner of India Inc.? This, I have to connect back to the story where we started. It is in the year of 2005 when Abdul Kalam sir was giving this call for action for a developed India, where he's saying not only people representatives, but a student in a college or a school or a woman who is a homemaker, everyone can contribute to developed India. We started with very, very small campaigns, that is save 1 rupee per day for the nation and teach 1 hour per day for the nation. And that's when we started. And when we started teaching 25 kids in our campus, one of the girl child dropped out of the education. And when we went outside to understand to her home that her father met with a medical accident, henceforth the girl child has to do daily wage along with the mother. And that is the first face-off for us to see what is extreme poverty means. And that is the day we decided that whatever it takes, we will take up this mission of every child, no child dropping out of education, especially girl child. And happy to apprise all of you. In the last 20 years, we have completed 20 years, yes. And in the last 20 years, we are able to enable 50 lakh, that is 5 million plus underprivileged youth, women, farmers, and tribals in this country to a meaningful impact with partnering. Why I said enabled is, we enable a lot of individuals and organizations and corporates to do social impact. And we have been working on this, and we have thought about this theory of change. What should be the theory of change of Nirman, where it has to focus, that is EEG. We call it E for educate, E for empower economically, and G for give back. And the first vertical is education. So we started working, for 20 years we have been working with government schools, government colleges, etc. From those we have been curating young boys and girls, and especially into completing their quality education. But this thought also came, like Swami Vivekananda has mentioned, education is something where strength of character is formed, strength of mind is increased, intellect is expanded, and where one can stand on one's own feet. So henceforth, as a part of Empower, we felt for all these young children, especially girls who are from these government schools, from tribal areas, rural areas, slums, how do we make them stand on their own feet? Henceforth, the second initiative that came up from Nirman.org, we started enabling is skill development. We started focusing on skill development. Various organizations, including Infosys, Microsoft, State Street, has partnered with us, have given an opportunity to set up core skill development organization. 56 skill development centers are established across the country, across 12 cities of India. And it would not have been possible thanks to all of our partners. Now I would like to share with you, these skill development centers, we do 3-month courses where we train and place after 3 months with these young youth who are between 18 to 27. However, what about the placements for them? So while we are to put things in perspective, we have been training around 20,000 youth of this country, and we have been putting them around 15,000 youth into India Inc., into various, not just corporates, while 15% of our people go into corporates, but we also have, India Inc. is not about only corporates, it's about family businesses, it's about startups, it's about MSME. We started curating our youth there, and then what we realized during this process is, oh, okay, why not we actually pivot into impact hiring? That's what I was sharing with our leadership as well. There is a concept called impact hiring, wherein we try to aggregate the talent requirements of the entire HR industry, India Inc. And by not only implementing our own skill development centers, but also by partnering with other skill development centers, we would like to enable the youth. We have been, HR Conclaves is such a good initiative that we have started. This is the 8th HR Conclave. Ma'am is saying it's Bharat Darshan. Yes, we have been into 8th one. I would like to conclude only by saying we have met 500 plus organizations and 700 and plus HR professionals across till now. Thanks you. And I would like to also end by saying how you can collaborate with us. The entire story which I've tried to curate is only to share with each of the HR professional, HR leader here, that whatever is being done, it's being done with a pure social impact intent. And how can you collaborate with us? This conclave, after the inaugural session, you'll continue to have a lot of sessions where we would like to partner with you, and we would like to enter into MOUs with you. Few of the MOU signing you will see here as well. Number 2, we have developed a jobs portal. So just like LinkedIn, Naukri, we have a jobs portal now where you can upload your openings, and we will be fulfilling those openings. And last but not the least, as much as you, we are also very action oriented. We would like to meet again after 3 months here and showcase how many employers we could able to fulfill how many job openings. I rest my case here with all openness and honesty. We would like to have a conversation with you and see how we can curate youth for you with no cost. Our cost is completely taken care by our CSR partners, and thank Infosys Foundation especially for championing this. I thank Microsoft and State Street for specially championing our skill development centers. We have only one passion, the rise of a great nation. My address or any address at Nirman doesn't end without a proper Chak Day. So we do this Chak Day day in and day out, and I would like to share with you this, you can join me with right fistful, and we do it 3 times. I'll count 3 to 1, and with a determination to make this program a success, is this world a better place to live? Let's do this. On a count of 3, 2, 1, Chak Day! 3, 2, 1, Chak Day! One last together. Counting also with me. Start. 3, 2, 1, Chak Day! Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayur, for that warm and inspiring welcome note and setting the tone for the next few hours. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a video which will highlight NASSCOM's profound impact on transforming lives, illuminating the organization's tireless efforts to create opportunities, foster employability, and empowering marginalized communities. Can we have the video, please?
My name is Varsha Kare. I have completed my post-graduation. I got a center through my friend. It is a free of cost. I have a completely 3 months course in full stack Java training. I am working as a front-end developer in Mumbai and my CTC in 3LP. Thank you so much Nirman organization and Infosys Foundation to provide an amazing opportunity and support students like us. Thank you.
Nirman, as an organization, is aimed at improving the economic self-sufficiency and financial independence of individuals, especially those from marginalized and underprivileged communities. May I now invite Ms. Anuradha Pulla, the Chief Operating Officer of Nirman organization, to share the overview of the Nirman Economic Empowerment Program. Over to you, Anuradha Garu.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great privilege to share the insights of our impact hiring and skilling program in the presence of our esteemed Infosys leadership, Manisha ma'am, Captain Shanti ma'am, and our board director, Prashant sir, and our CSR partners and esteemed guests in the front, and also our HR placement invitees today. So before going insights, let's have introduction of our team for a couple of minutes.
Good morning, Mandal. I'm Srinivas. I have been with Nirman from last 3 years. Currently, I'm looking after 32 skill centers pan-India.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lata Kumari. I'm working as a senior manager and I have completed 9 years in Nirman organization. I'm looking 16 plus skill centers. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Sri Hari. I'm heading the skill centers. I'm working with the Nirman from the last 16 years. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. This is Vishnuvardhan. I'm taking care of monitoring and evaluation department in skill centers, all the skill centers. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Matthews, and I take care of the Central Placements Initiative. Thank you.
Yeah. So our impact hiring and skilling program is having 7 flagship programs. One is Youth Employment Program and Women and Tech. Both serve the placement needs of the youth and women in technical field. And vocational training is part of our Women Empowerment Program. And others include impact hiring, mobile employment van, employment exchange, and inclusive employment training programs. These are some glimpses of our flagship programs. I wanted to highlight our toll-free number 1800-425-2425 to provide information for the unemployed youth related to job placements. So we have one more intervention, that is mobile employment van, that provides placement support to the rural youth. So coming to the important one, so Nirman has 56 skill centers across pan-India, out of which 20 youth employment centers are supported by Infosys. Thank you once again, Manisha ma'am and Captain Shanti ma'am, for trusting Nirman and providing this opportunity. And these centers are existing in 9 states across India. Coming to Karnataka, we have 4 skill centers, youth employment centers supported by Infosys, 3 in Bangalore, 1 in Kalaburgi, that is Gulbarga, and we have another 3 skilling centers in Bangalore supported by other CSR partners, including State Street. So we have well-designed program for our training programs. So right from mobilization, followed by counseling, to identify the correct beneficiaries for the training and placements. We have total 11 courses, right from artificial intelligence to employability skills, for 75 days and 300 hours of modules. So this is important intervention, that is impact hiring, where the unemployed students from inclusive community, they have technical skill set but lagging of employability skills. For them, we have curated workplace readiness module for a couple of days, followed by placements support through our Job Drives program. And this will definitely benefit the corporates and industry where the trained students are readily available, and the students also providing the opportunity of placements. And I wanted to say that all this placement support is not for the once unemployed youth, but this is going to benefit the entire family. These are the statistics where we have placed so far in our journey, 50,000 plus unemployed youth from 11 sectors, and we have strong network of 1,000 plus HRs, and every year we are placing 15,000 plus youth. Yeah, these are some glimpses of our program. This is a placements dashboard where presently we have 11,000 plus unemployed youth trained and ready for placements across India. And coming to Bangalore and Gulbarga, we have 1,300 plus and 275 respectively in these locations. I request all of you to join hands to place these students. To reach this goal, we have certain interventions at Nirman. One important thing is centralized placement intervention to have placement strategies and employers' network and engagement. And one more important thing is quality enhancement of placements, where we connect with the employers for their continuous feedback to improve our programs, and also connect with the placed students for their placement feedback and follow-up. Yeah. Coming to our HR conclaves, so far we have completed successfully 7 with the support of all your wishes and trust, and we have 500 plus HR professionals have attended this program, and this is the 8th conclave that we are going on here in Bangalore. These are some photographs. Also, we have MOU exchanged during these conclaves. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we have completed 7th, and this is the 8th edition, and we have 3 more in upcoming days. One is on 9th and followed by 14th in Indore and Noida, and we have one more at Bhubaneswar. The dates will be announced very soon. These are our placement partners. Yeah. So I request once again, please do join with us and support the underprivileged students for their placements, and so reach out with this contact number and mail ID. Thank you. Thank you all of you for your support and joining today.
Thank you, Anurag Garu. Now let's turn our attention to a partnership that's transforming lives through skilling and job placements. May I welcome Nikhil Gampa, Head Partnerships Nirman, and Sana Saleha, Manager Partnerships, to share the incredible impact made possible by the generous support of the Infosys Foundation in collaboration with Nirman. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Priya. Welcome all the dignitaries, all the leaders for this HR conclave. So we would like to present Infosys and Infosys Foundation had been supporting various initiatives. So we would like to showcase a gist of what support has been provided. So currently the Youth Employment Program and Impact Hiring, which Mayur and Anuradha ma'am had been explaining. So for 2 years, our target is to reach 55,000 plus beneficiaries through this, and also employ about 25,000 plus youth, and with very focused 60% plus women as beneficiaries as part of this. And in this, we also do career counseling, mentoring, and lot of industry connects and HR connects. Apart from this, during the flood, the first responders always had been Infosys, even the recent floods which had come in Telangana and Mulugu and all. Then other unique program is Project Satya, where hospitality management training has been provided. And previously, there was support of Women in Tech project also across 7 states, which focus on 6,500 plus women training, and also we ensure that 4,500 plus women have been benefited as part of placements through this initiative. And other unique program is Infosys not just providing tabs to various schools and colleges, but providing the access to Infosys Springboard, which has various courses that are available to these students, and these students access these courses and learn and get some certification through this initiative also. These are few initiatives that Infosys Foundation had been supporting. Few photographs during the floods, the tab distribution and lot of other activities are there. So these are from our few of the skill centers that are there.
Also to highlight is the volunteering that happens at Infosys during the tab distribution. So we had distributed it across Telangana, and we had the volunteers from Infosys who had been in person there at the schools and colleges to distribute. So a big round of applause to the partnerships of Infosys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Infosys leadership and all the volunteers.
Over to Priya.
Thank you, Nikhil, Sana. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard about the work that Nirman has been doing thanks to the support of the organizations like Infosys Foundation and the rest of them. However, we also want to show you some action. When I say action, we're talking about impact hiring in action, and may I invite Aishwarya to share her story with you.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I'm so. I'm proudly saying that I'm a beneficiary of this Infosys Foundation, that I am placed as a full stack Python trainer. The first thing is for those who have don't have any amount to pay courses and all. This is the foundation. Those who have learn and upgrade their skills to get placements and to take power to upgrade skills like me. And thanks for the Infosys Foundation for this opportunity. And basically I'm from a small town called as Arsikere, and I completed my BCA graduation in Kalpataru first grade science college, and I placed in HCL also, but they put me in BPO background, and I don't want to work in BPO background. So then I relocated to Bangalore, and while searching in PG itself, I know about this Nirman organization in Vijayanagar itself. Then I came to know that there is a free of cost to upgrade their skills based on like development itself. And I joined this course and I trained up to 1.5 months. And there I learned front end of HTML and CSS. Then I know about the reason like what interviews are going in company like Nana Infotech itself. The manager told me to attend that interview, have the capability to like crack the interview then itself. Then I go to the interview, they asked based on what I learned in Nirman organization. So then I selected in that interview. Then I proudly saw that I'm one of the beneficiaries of this Infosys Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. That was very heartwarming, I'm sure. So we have a leader with us who has a knack for finding groundbreaking solutions and is not afraid to challenge the status quo to achieve creative and innovative outcomes. Dedicated to creating workspaces that are forward-thinking and inclusive, Prashant Nandila is focused on meeting the diverse needs of the engaged workforce, ensuring readiness for the challenges of the future. Prashant, an advisor with First Source, president of HICIA, and board member of Nirman. May I now invite Prashant, our special guest, to address the audience.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Awesome. It's a privilege to be here. It is always energizing to be with Mayur and his team, also with the people who work with Nirman, because all of them have a single purpose to figure out how to give back to society and enjoy the pure joy of giving back. Outcomes happen when you really do something with purpose, with joy and happiness. Outcomes, magical outcomes come through. So I think this is one avenue where all of us come together. And when Mayur asked me earlier this year, can you join our board? I didn't blink an eye when I said yes, because I think there's a lot of purpose driven in this. So, I'm glad I'm here, but, two things come to my heart when I'm here discussing this initiative with you all. India is about 4,000 cities and towns. 100 cities are more than 100,000 employees, 100,000 people, population, right? We have about 540 parliamentary constitutions. You know the size of each parliamentary constitution, right? So, if you look at where the density and the population is, it's almost in a microcosm of this whole thing, and people migrate. Some people cannot afford to migrate. They come here, they want to pursue a career, and they pursue jobs. So I think us reaching out to all the districts, different parts of the country, to create skills development centers provides an avenue, not only for people in that city, that town, but also neighboring landscape to come there and get themselves upskilled, because it's easily accessible for them at a less cost point, right? So this is a fantastic initiative where we are actually doing nation building here. Nation building needs for us to divide the gap between equality between people. How do we get everybody at the same stature, both social as well as financial stature? So this is a great initiative where we are actually democratizing knowledge, democratizing skills, so that all of us can come together and we can get a lot of inclusive population into the mainstream, whether it be in technology today, it could be other mainstreams, does not need to be in technology. I foresee the next 10 years of India to be led through non-services economy. A lot is going to come through deep technology, deep engineering, deep services, and there's an immense opportunity that we can skill people to enable all of these industries where technology is going to change the way these industries are going to be managed. Gone are the days when manufacturing was done through physical labor. I think robotics and automation is driving that. We need robotic operators who understand business so much more today than before. So all of these skills will quickly come to fore with this reach and with this mission that we are here today. So having said that, I think there are two things which I wanted to leave in my experience working with hiring people from remote areas and helping them upskill. I think we didn't have an organized skill development center then, but we were able to drive some initiatives, is that as much as we are able to work with them to skill people either for 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, sometimes 3 years to get them to the fore, we also need to fine-tune our policies, the way we manage and mentor these workforce, so that they get imbibed into our organizations and can deliver creates a network effect of driving change makers across the organization, across the country, in building India as a better India tomorrow. That's one thing I wanted to leave. The second thing I think extremely important, as we think about all of us joining this journey to make sure that we are getting this workforce back into our mainstream, is also equip them on two things. One is the future of our world and what is it changing. How do you give them the skills to adapt and shrink, and it's almost like a magnet, right? Charge and recharge cycles. How do we sort of help them to be more learnable so that they're able to learn things on a much faster basis, not just the skill that they bring to the table. So that's an important piece, because if we don't skill these people more so than the others, they will fall through the cracks. So it's important to think on those lines and sort of build this culture. The second piece, I think, is there's a lot that needs to be done in education of financial prudence and management. I think that's extremely important as we look at bringing people back into this. How do we engage with them, create tools, give them coaching, give them analysis so that they can be successful, right? So those are two things I thought are very important for making this whole yagna a successful yagna, if you might call it. I think we are at the right place, I think right timing. There's going to be a lot of disruption, but it also throws up opportunities for us in terms of how we sort of skill and train this workforce. And I think thanks to Infosys, thanks to Microsoft, thanks to State Street and every other partner who's engaged in this exercise. I also think working with Nirman is a great thing to do, and I and Manisha were having a chat, and I've worked with Nirman quite a bit in my earlier capacity, being a leader in multiple organizations, is they're quick, they're humble, they own their mistakes, they learn fast, they execute fast, right? I think that's very important. When you work with somebody who's helping you to drive this change, I think it's very important to have somebody who can, who's passionate, reflects, acts fast, and are able to adapt to things very, very fast. And feedback is always important. Start with everything is to take feedback and drive things. So I think like Anuradha ma'am said, I think all of us should partner to make sure that, we're not just deploying these 15,000 workforce that are there, those skill development centers, but actually democratize this more larger across the world and across India, and then maybe other developing countries at some point in time. Eventually to make sure that this workforce that is in very remote areas is part of our workforce eventually, right? They are doing something else today. They're probably rolling BDs, they're probably picking steaks, they're probably doing something else because they don't have access to all of this. In spite of education, some people are drivers. I'm not demeaning any job, but they can do better things. How do we help them to sort of come and be part of our ecosystem? Thank you, Mayur, for this opportunity, and thank you all for being here. Enjoy this day, and hopefully we'll have a very energizing full day of today. Obviously, the first half and second half. Check day.
Thank you, Prashant, for the insights. Yes, and for the Chak Day as well, and the insights into the emerging technologies, and also calling out the need of the hour, which is reskilling, upskilling the workforce, the entry-level talent, and at the same time sensitizing the managers. Thank you so very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next special guest who's traveled all the way from Hyderabad. In fact, all the guests actually have traveled all the way from Hyderabad and the rest of the other cities as well. And thank you so very much for honoring our invite. Shrikant Srinivasan, who is a Vice President and Head of Membership and Outreach with NASCOM, a results-oriented marketing professional with 25 years of rich experience and quantifiable achievements in strategic planning and business development in multiple industries, and having a track record of driving client business operations in profitability and high-growth situations by providing effective solutions in business continuity, productivity enhancement, procurement management services, and e-commerce roadmap. In addition to all this, he was my erstwhile manager. In fact, I would want to take this opportunity to share. I've got my 3 managers, 2 ex-managers and the present manager in this hall, and I'm thrilled about that. Shrikant, over to you.
Thank you, Priya. Good morning, everyone. First of all, good to see you. Good to see everyone here. Good to see you. It's a very momentous occasion, and I think it's a proud privilege to be here joining you all this morning. I mean, like everybody else, I think I also go a long way. And in knowing Mayur, and when we did some work at NASCOM and NASCOM Foundation many years back with Nirman, and from then on, I think in that sense, when I look at my Nirman, I think impact and Nirman have been very synonymous. I think they were, and so I'm not surprised that they are deeply into impact hiring today. But before I even get into impact hiring, I probably want to touch upon, I mean, and I'm talking more from the vantage point of NASCOM. I think this is an industry which is growing pretty large, 284 billion, employing a little over 5.6 million people directly. But even more, a good share of 1 is to 2.5 is the indirect. So that means all in all, it's about close to 18 to 20 million people being employed in this technology industry in the country, right? So it's important that our focus on skills needs to get sharper and sharper by the day. Because in my view, in the technology industry, skill is nothing but the backbone of the industry, right? I mean, it's the brick and mortar, it's the raw material, it's everything else. So the focus on skill in this industry becomes extremely, extremely important. Again, I think many of the earlier speakers touched upon the multiple changes that are coming in, the revolution, the dynamic circumstances around us. And I think fair set of uncertainties. When I'm saying uncertainties, I'm not talking of geopolitical scenarios, but even technology. I mean, even in technology, we've seen the generative AI, the agentic AI, and we don't know what else will come and hit us in days to come. And why am I saying all this? The reason is all that we tried so far need not take us ahead. And hence, we need to keep on reinventing what we do as we go along to ensure that we are in the right place and we had the right kind of talent for our industry to grow. And that's where I think hiring organizations really need to have, do play a great role in this. And why am I saying this? On one side, you know, I mean, in today's world, with all these uncertainties, with all these changes, what you've studied, what you've learned at college, what you've learned at school, matters, but it's not everything, right? Today, it's not about just the technological knowledge that you have, the tech knowledge that you have, but also other skills that matter. And I'll come to in a bit and why I'm saying this. It's about the soft skills, it's about the creative thinking, it's about analytical ability of people. The second is also about, today organizations are not limited to a particular geography to hire. Today you can go anywhere and hire. Today you're not limited by anything. In a hybrid, in a world, in an interconnected world, in a decentralized world, you can hire people from anywhere. If we kind of get both these things together, what needs to be done is holistic development of people even prior to hiring. And which is what I guess and I see from whatever I've seen in the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, is the focus is the impact hiring, because impact hiring comes later, but impact hiring can become pure hiring without impact if we don't get the right set of people, and hence holistic development of people, I think, becomes very, very critical. I think that's the first step in the right direction before even get to hire. And second is, unless we give this holistic development, how will we give the right opportunity in impact hiring, right? Today it's not about equal opportunity. I think it's about equitable opportunity. Equal opportunity is to get people to the table, but equitable opportunity is to ensure that everybody has a level playing field when they come to that point of selection. When 4 candidates come to that point of selection, are they ready for that particular interview process or whatever it may be? And hence, equitable opportunity becomes extremely critical in today's scenario. And impact is all about creating inclusive workplaces, diverse workplaces, and so on. And we talked about it. It's not just about gender, it's about people coming from various sections of society, various marginalized sections of society. I wouldn't even call it marginalized. I would call them not so privileged sections of society, which probably they are not yet there, but probably they would be there in time. But again, unless they have that holistic development, they cannot reach that point. And undoubtedly, impact hiring becomes a huge contributor to society. I mean, it's all about economic empowerment. It's about raising the quality of life. It's about raising eventually the standard of life of people. I mean, we've seen multiple such examples on how it can actually add value to people. And more so in a country like ours where and I think Prashant rightly talked about the number of towns and cities we have and the kind of population we have, it becomes even more important in a large country like this, far-flung areas of the country, but everybody at the end of the day needs a livelihood, everybody needs a job. And how do we kind of ensure that we go to each and every corner of this country to ensure we create that holistic development of people, raise them up that value chain, and make them equitable when they go to that table to get a particular job, right? I mean, when they face that interview. And it's all, so I also definitely see that Nirman has been doing a fabulous job in various areas. I mean, and it's both, I mean, especially on skilling, but I also see that you've been doing a lot of work in other areas of CSR, which is equally important. And it's not a mean achievement to give this kind of a very positive impact. And as always, right, initiatives like these don't happen overnight. They take a lot of time. These are not, I mean, like they say, Rome was not built in a day. It does take time, and I think it's all the combined effort. I mean, it's a sustained effort, it's persistence, and more importantly, it's perseverance. It does take time. And I think it's important, and the reason I'm saying that is most of you sitting in this room may be actually hiring such people. And it's important for each one of us to kind of put in that right kind of effort, right kind of basic processes well in advance to ensure that the people that you are looking forward to hire get the right kind of training and development in the first place. And only when they get it, they are at the right table and they can eventually get hired. But I mean, the benefits to organizations are multifold, right? One is you're getting a diverse workforce, it can lead to very, very good teams, which are very cross-functional teams with diverse backgrounds. I mean, take examples like, if you were to solve or do a problem solving, if it were to be a problem solving something in a rural area, I mean, if you had only team members who were living in the very privileged areas of the city, they wouldn't even understand what the problem is. That's where maybe somebody with a background like this will be actually able to help you nail down the problem, actually go to the grassroots of the problem and say, this problem really persists, this is how the solution is. We have done this practically, and maybe this is what you can use a technological intervention to get over it. So I think people with multiple backgrounds definitely add a lot of value when they come to these things. And second, of course, the corporate social responsibility that organizations have. But I think I want to give some data here, and I'm quoting by the latest CSR report that NASCOM Foundation kind of released on the tech industry and CSR just about a month back. Incidentally, the top 25 tech spenders in the CSR in this country, they've spent about 5,400 crores on CSR. That's just not small. It's a lot of money. Incidentally, 65% of this money actually goes into areas like education, healthcare, skilling, and climate change. And hence, there is a lot of focus and there's a lot of money that's actually going in the CSR space in both education and skilling. Incidentally, if you look at the top 20 spenders of this country, all the top 20 spenders of this country in CSR space are again tech organizations. And obviously, many of you are sitting here. Incidentally, the average spend in this space has been, an average spend per project has been over 2 crores. And more than 80% of these organizations have gone beyond the standard 2% norm. They've gone way beyond the 2% norm and spent more than 2% of the money on CSR, while the government mandate is only at 2%. So in the sense, there's enough data to show that today organizations really mean it. It's not that they just want to put some money on the table because it's a mandate to put money on CSR, but actually they mean it. They really want to make impact. They really want to create a social change, and that's why they are kind of getting into this, contributing, and I'm sure each one of you going forward will be able to do it. And in conclusion, I would say that it's imperative more and more organizations kind of take to impact hiring, take to kind of invest on people with various kinds of backgrounds, not so privileged backgrounds, to ensure that they can be readied for the world at large and ensure they can be hired. And more importantly, make it a hiring strategy. And I'm sure if large organizations and mid-sized organizations and small organizations can do this, the day is not far when we don't even have to talk about it, but this becomes a practice, this becomes ingrained in each one of us, in each of our organizations as we go forward, and hence it becomes a very natural thing to happen. With that, Thank you very much for inviting me for this opportunity, and wish you all a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant, for calling out the most essential things, how to relook and reinvent the hiring strategies of an organization, and also the need for the holistic development of the entry-level talent. On this note, may I invite Sonu Kumar to share his story with all of you.
Good morning, one and all present over here. So, being here, it's so much grateful that I'm over here, and then being a low-class family from the father is working as security guard, and being here is so much pleasure that gives me. So initially, I was so much struggling to get the job. I had to help my father because he's working as a security guard. So it's not able to manage the family over here in the Bangalore. So it's so much hard to get manage the family. So to help my father, I was struggling to get the job. So I was not knowing the English also, a single word from coming from the Bihar, and then studying here is so much hard to learn the English and everything. So I was struggling to learn the English and speak the English. I was so fearless that I had, thank you so much. And then I had this much, and then I was searching for the job, and then suddenly I got one friend advice that Nirman is, the Infosys Foundation of Nirman is helping the poor kids like us to get the job in the reputed section, reputed organization. So I just joined the course before 3 months ago, and then get the train of the 1 month, and then I had a great training, and then I learned all the English words and speaking confidently in the front of you people here. And then I finally cracked the job interview in WNS group that's in Whitefield area as trainer. So Java full stack trainer, I cracked that job. And now I'm working over there happily. Thank you so much, Infosys Foundation Nirman organization. Thank you so much for helping poor kids like us. Thank you. I'm heartily grateful to you people. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think Sonu deserves another round of applause. Not just Sonu, Aishwarya, and many more beneficiaries. Thank you so very much. Let us now have a look at a video which is talking about how education is leading to empowerment, and which is showcasing the Infosys Foundation and Nirman skilling centers across the country. Let's have the video, please. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the kind of impact that you're going to see in the next 1 year and many more years to come. And now for a very landmark moment, which is the signing of the MOUs between Nirman and our esteemed hiring partners. And may I request our esteemed chief guest, Ms. Manisha Sabu, our special guest, Captain Shanti, Prashant Nandila and Srikanth Srinivasan onto the stage to have a photo op with the organizations who are going to exchange the MOUs with Nirman. And joining them would be Mayur Patnala, Malvika Ji, and Anuradha Garu. And may I also request Ms. Meenu Bambani onto the stage, please. Captain Shanti. The chairs can wait. Don't put the chairs now. This is just the exchange of MOUs. Don't put the chairs now. Okay, may I have Muthoot Finance Limited, Data Collection Infotech India Private Limited, Paytm and HR Labs. The leaders from these organizations are going to be here on the stage along with our esteemed guests. While ideally when you actually see MOU exchange, right? They exchange. But in order to save the time, we are just doing this. We've got the leaders from HDB Financial Services as well joining us here on the stage. We have the leaders from Bajaj Capital also joining here on the stage for the exchange of MOUs. Thank you so very much, esteemed guests. May I request you to kindly be seated again. However, Manisha does have a little bit of an exercise going up and down. Next is your address. And here is a leader who believes in having gigantic dreams and then working passionately with persistence to make them come true. And that's Manisha in a nutshell. Passionate about giving back to society. She is committed to bringing out the best in women, encouraging them to dream big and hand-holding them to turn their dreams into reality. Manisha Sabu is the head of Infosys Foundation, and in her earlier avatar, Manisha was the vice president and headed one of the world's largest IT campuses, Infosys at Pocharam, Hyderabad. She was also the campus head for Infosys Indore, and Manisha also served as the president of HISIA, which is the Hyderabad Software Enterprises Association, an IT and ITS industry body. She has started conducting workshops for women professionals and students about transforming reality, and here she is partnering with Nirman, helping us to transform the reality. Over to you, Manisha.
Good morning. Today when I walked into the hall, I realized there's so much of positive energy, there's so much positivity in the hall. And it's not surprising because this hall is full of people who are making a difference. So automatically, this hall has people who are different from the others who are not present here. Because you are going beyond your routine work, you are going beyond the numbers that you have to deliver, and you're trying to do something which is slightly different, adding value to the lives of others, making a difference to the community, building nation. I think you deserve a big round of applause. Couple of weeks back, I was talking to Asha, daughter of a driver, Balram. Balram spent lots of his resources, his money, from the meager sum of 15,000 rupees that he earned every month. He spent substantial portion of it in educating Asha, thinking that once she is educated, the family will change their stature, will see a new dawn. All the dreams came tumbling down when even after completing her BCom from government college in Vizag, she couldn't get a job for almost a year. That's when she heard about Nirman organization who were helping the people from her community to get job by training them. It was free of cost, so she thought, why not? Let me give it a try. That's when Asha joined Nirman Organization Center in Vizag. She was told importance of soft skills. She was given hands-on experience on computers. She was given mock interviews so that she gained the confidence to face the interview. Beyond just preparation for interview, she was actually given an opportunity to appear for interview, which was a very big thing for her. It was not a surprise that she got the job. She was prepared for it by Nirman. What was a surprise for the family was the salary, which was 20,000 per month, which is like 25% higher than what her father was earning. Now that really changes the fate lines of people. And Asha is not alone. Infosys Foundation is trying to help people across India and has helped 80,000 such Asha just in 6 months of launching the program. Within 6 months of launching the program, Infosys Foundation has helped 80,000 people get the job. I would like you to clap for Shanti here, who is actually leading this whole effort for us. She is managing our education and livelihood program. Though I am here on stage, she is the one who is making all the levers move. Thank you, Shanti. Now let me put it in perspective. I was talking to another organization who is working in this livelihood, like they're giving grants for the livelihood, and they have been having this program for last 30 years, 30 years. When I was talking to them that, okay, what is the scale, what do they do, etc., they said that in a year, they impact about 3 lakh lives. That is 300,000 people are skilled so that they can get employment. In Infosys Foundation, in 6 months, we have trained 200,000. We launched the program. Just 6 months back, we launched it in August. September is when it got kicked off. And in just like 6 months, It's 200,000 youth skilled. However, we don't measure ourselves on skilling, we measure ourselves on employment. Actually, in education spectrum, we could have done LKG or the initial first 6 years, we could have done Quetel, we could have done the STEM labs or digital education. But we decided to focus on employment because ultimately the most important value proposition of the education spectrum is employment. So we wanted to bet on it. When we are measuring ourselves on employment, all of you here, the HR recruiters, play vital role. You are the most important people who will make or break this mission of ours. And that is why we have invited you to be here and understand what are we trying to do, how can you contribute to nation building, and also take this opportunity to thank you, because you really have started on the right journey. While I told you about the 80,000 jobs we have offer letters given in just 6 months, we plan to do this multiplied and offer about 1 million jobs in next few years. So you can imagine how big a responsibility you have, because we can deliver outcomes only when we have you with us. You have immense power to give jobs to people. Your organization measures you on number of jobs or the recruitment that you do. That is what you do to earn your living. You earn your living by what you get, that's your salary. That's the job that you do. However, I request you to make a life for yourself by giving more to people. You are getting money, you are delivering numbers, that is what is you do as your day job. But if you can do a part of this for the people who have nobody to depend on, who are really deprived, who are left behind, and if you don't help them, the whole community and country will suffer. But if you can put it on your agenda that I'll go beyond numbers and I will try to help at least 10% of the people, or at least 20-30% of the people that you hire will come from these people, and give them an equitable platform, as Shrikant had mentioned, and as Prashant had mentioned, make this little more sustainable by giving them little extra inputs when they join in. That is what will make a big difference. You have power to make a difference. Please utilize it. That is the way to make life. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Manisha, for the motivational words. May I request you to be kindly come back on the stage, Manisha, for accepting a brief token of our gratitude. And may I invite Mayur and Prashant Nandela onto the stage to present Manisha with a token of our gratitude. So, ladies and gentlemen, for now, the first half of the session, rather the 1/3 of the session is done. We've got many more interesting sessions going forward. We would also want to take this opportunity to felicitate the speakers who have shared the stage here. Lata, can we get somebody to just pick it up? And few more felicitations here, and we need Manisha on the stage. Manisha, we do have a pro bono council, and as I mentioned, Malavika Joshi ji is the chair of the council, and along with her, Vamshi Mutyapu from Infosys is there as well, and we've got Siva Bhavanari who couldn't join us from, he's from Cognizant, and also Harish from State Street. They are the pro bono council, but would want to take this opportunity to invite Malavika ji and Vamshi onto the stage. Srikanshi. May I request Shrikant Srinivasan onto the stage to accept a token of gratitude from us, please. May I request the presence of Captain Shanti, the backbone of the entire HR conclave, onto the stage to accept our token of gratitude. May I request the presence of Ms. Meenu Bambani onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 cheers to Meenu Bambani. May I also request Lakshmi Nambiar onto the stage, please. And ladies and gentlemen, before we take a break, may I request all the speakers once again, I know it's a small exercise, but back onto the stage for a group picture. Captain Shanti as well. So this is going to be one picture with all the speakers. May I request Anuradha Garu, Malvika ji, Madhuri, Himashri, Nikhil, Nirman leadership and Ramarao Garu onto the stage, please, for a picture with all the leaders here. And may I also request Narmada, Shivani, Sai Prasad Garu onto the stage. Vamshi and Prem. So all this while, whenever we post for group pictures, we were ready to sit even down. So the team is now ready to sit down as well, our team. Okay? quickly request the Nirman team to put some chairs for the speakers so that all of you can join for a group photo. That's to cherish the memory as well. Nirman team, request you to kindly bring those chairs onto the stage for the esteemed speakers. This is a ritual, Prashant, a photograph with all the speakers, all the guests, and the attendees. May I request all the attendees to kindly join here for a picture. Gentlemen, please join.
Everyone, please join for the group photo.
Saujanya, Sai, Peter, and ladies and gentlemen, Lata, it's not just Nirman. It's going to be everybody in the hall. Yes, everybody in the hall.
So, please be quick. Nirman team also please join. I request others also in the room to please join.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short break for 10 minutes. Kindly pick up your tea, coffee, and cookies and come back to the venue. Be seated so for the next sessions. Thank you so much.
పరేషా నీలకంఠరా చాలి పొందరా కరుణతో నలుగనరా నీలకంఠరా శైల మందిరా మొరవిని బదులిడరా నగజా మనోజ జగదీశ్వరా పాలేందు శేఖరా శంకరా భరత వేదముగ నిరత నాట్యముగ కదిలిన పదమిదీశా శివ నివేదనగా వనివేదనగా పలికెను పదము పరేశా అంతకాంతని సతి అగ్నితప్తమైనది మేలు త్యాగమిచ్చి తాను నీలో లీనమైనది ఆదిశక్తి ఆకృతి అత్రిజాత పార్వతి తానువైన ప్రాణధవుని చెంతకు చేరుకున్నది భవుని భువికి తరలించేలా ధరణి దివిని తలపించేలా రసతరంగిణి వేళ ఎదిని నృత్యరకులు చేయగలిగే వేళ భరత వేదముగ నిరత నాట్యముగ కదిలిన పదమిదీశా శివ నివేదనగా వనివేదనగా పలికెను పదము పరేశా
Ladies and gentlemen, I think one round of applause for Hemlata for that beautiful performance. You all are here. You've joined us at this Nirman HR Conclave for Impact Hiring, which means half our mission has been completed because you're all here with an intent to support the community. And how do we make this intent, put it into action, and making the whole impact hiring a reality? Can we do that? Can we? All right. Still doubtful? We have a wonderful fireside chat with two best of the speakers who will share more insights into it. And let's explore what actions need to be taken to convert this whole intent into a reality. That's the theme of the conversation. And may I invite Ms. Meenu Bambani, Vice President, Senior Grants Manager, India, APAC for State Street. A professional with 20 years of experience in the area of human development with specialization in social policy. Meenu started her career as a faculty teaching English literature, moved on to work as Assistant Commissioner Disabilities with the Government of Rajasthan. And post-fellowship, Meenu joined the World Bank and subsequently a policy advocacy non-profit organization in Delhi. An International Ford Foundation scholar with a doctoral degree in English literature and an MS in Disability and Human Development from University of Illinois in Chicago. Meenu is a people's person with high emotional intelligence, and she thrives on relationship building, networking for creating partnerships, in being a trusted advisor and advocating for equity for those at the margins of social economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Meenu. May I request Meenu to be kindly seated. And joining Meenu and leading this conversation is Ms. Malavika Joshi, the pro bono leader and chair of Nirman HR Conclaves. Malavika ji was a CHRO of F5 Networks and CNR before that, and she decided to contribute to Nirman, and we are so honored, Malavika ji, for that, as a pro bono leader, and she's the chair of Nirman HR Conclaves. Over to you, ladies. Can we get mics onto the stage, please?
Thank you, Priya. This was so wonderful to have Meenu here. And what a performance it was, you know. After the tea, did the energy levels go up? Yes, that was wonderful. Wonderful performance and so talented, you know, that is there. And that's the talent that we need to harness also when we look at impact hiring. It's not about, you know, the pedigree. It's about the potential that we have to see. Before I start, I'll give you a recent example, and you all can relate to it. Rahul Dravid, everyone knows Rahul Dravid. And when Rahul Dravid discovered Vaibhav Suryavanshi, what was it? It was the open-mindedness, the commitment, the growth mindset that the little teenager had, that he saw, and then he said that could be the spark. It was not about, you know, where did he go, what was his past history of scores or things like that. And that's exactly where intent into action comes in when you look at impact hiring. And that's where we have Meenu Bambani from State Street, where they're taking this intent into active action, because State Street has 7 skill centers that they support in 4 states. And these skill centers are training the women in technology. And when these women have been trained, you know, the family gets trained. A family gets a future. There is a future for the whole family, because when she gets trained and when there is economic empowerment to that woman, it's the family that has a different change in their economy, in their ways of living, in their standard of living. So my question to Meenu would be, in State Street, how have you seen this in turn into action? Beautiful action.
Thank you, Malvika, and firstly, thank you, Nirman, for having me here. You have been our partners for a very long time now, and we are very happy with this partnership, the way it is changing lives across the cities where we have our operations. The views would be my personal, so I want to have this disclaimer first, and not necessarily reflecting State Street. So, you know, State Street's focus from a CSR perspective has been on education and employability and workforce development. We want to address the systemic barriers and the gaps that people have in achieving their full human potential. And we feel that education and workforce development is the way to go about it. And which is the reason why we have partnered with organizations like Nirman to support skill development of those at the margins. We also follow a very data-driven approach. So all this while, we used to go about, I mean, people approached us and we evaluated and we just went ahead. But last year, we took a conscious decision that we want to go with a data-driven approach. So we engaged with a third party. We got a study done, a research done across all the APAC 8 countries where we have operations. to see which are the groups we should prioritize, which are most marginalized, which are facing systemic barriers to education and workforce development, career development, placement, because all these things lead to their economic mobility. And when you empower someone economically, you are also lifting them up socially. So what emerged out of that research was women, persons with disabilities, and socially disadvantaged groups in India emerged as the three most disadvantaged communities which will continue to need intervention, more support to address those systemic barriers. And with that, we changed our guidelines and we said, these are the groups that we are going to focus on going forward, because data and research clearly has indicated that they face systemic barriers the most. And that is how this partnership with Nirman came, that we are going to focus on women and make them future ready. And that is why the focus on IT skills.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you know what was the result, net result of all these skill centers that really worked on women and trained them? We had 2,600 plus placed, and they were placed for Java full stack developers, web developers, admin assistants, you name the role, but they had, because whoever got trained in whatever skills that best suited them, they could find a job, they could find a career, they could find a life that they could cherish. So wonderful, the intent did have a major, major impact. And as Prashant Dandela said earlier this morning, they are the change makers. This is how change makers come into action. And this HR fraternity sitting here, we want you also to be the change maker. We signed the MOUs today, you saw that. We would love to see more MOUs coming, more of you becoming the change makers. So with this, I'll move on to my next question to you, Meenu, would be, yes, skills are important. All kinds of skills are being given, training is being given. What do you see as the hot skills that we should focus on? Because employability will be better, and they are hot skills, so they are in demand, especially in the finance sector and others. What would you recommend?
So some of the skills that BFSI sector by itself looks for is finance and financial and data analysis skills, where you need proficiency in spreadsheets, financial modeling, etc. Fintech, that is another emerging field. So having the knowledge of blockchain, crypto, various payment platforms, risk is such a big thing in finance.
Yes.
So risk management, compliance, regulations, I think knowledge and solid knowledge of these are the skill sets that are really hot in this market.
I agree. And I think a lot can be done in that field as well. So we take a clue from this, because right now we've been training the women in the skill centers in Java, in IT related programs. But I think from the finance sector side, as you mentioned, risk and other areas, we should look at that, crypto, and the emerging technologies, right, where AI is also playing such an important role. So why not focus on that? So definitely, I think that's a very good suggestion, and we should look into those areas, get trainers for that. And of late, we've seen Apprenticeship Act. How many here know about the Apprenticeship Act and the governance around it? I see some hands going up. I know HR fraternity, you would be knowing, many of us in corporates are getting notices from them, because there has been strict governance now around it. And I think that's one of the avenues by which we can become enablers of getting apprentices in the organization. How have you seen that, Maino?
So we have been, it is a compliance, so we have to comply with it. There is no getting away for any organization when it comes to apprenticeship. And since 2021, we have been very proactively working at it. the Act says that 2.5% of your entry-level jobs should be filled by apprentices.
Yes.
So we have been meeting that target for sure. And the skills that we look for is finance and IT. And I think a larger focus is that how do we, because they become trained resource. So they are very valuable. So after 1 year of apprenticeship training, we really look for open roles where we could absorb them, because we don't want to lose that skilled workforce that we have invested in the last 1 year. So I think that has been quite a success. Majority of them, we have seen that they have gotten into permanent roles within the company.
That's wonderful. Because, you know, intent and impact. The intent is high. We want to do something in impact hiring. And the impact, you know, that State Street could make was through the skill centers and promoting them and having them in 4 states and getting these women trained. The other way is the apprentices, you know, because you have trained manpower. How do you get them into the main force, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, and also like we hire these apprentices from campuses, from non-profits like Nirman and other non-profits that we partner with. So the talent pool comes from everywhere.
Exactly.
It's not limited to only campuses.
Right. And I think this is a great takeaway for this fraternity sitting here, that, you know, do leverage this, because this is not that it's a checkbox. It is a wonderful way of getting impact hiring into action, you know, and our talk is about getting the intent into action. So I think if you all, the best way to do is take away that when you go back and you are being compliant, which is so good, you know. Being compliant is one of the best things that can happen. So I think Meenu rightly said, getting them from institutes, getting them from colleges, and 2.5% of your employee base means quite a big number. And every year that number will increase because you will be hiring more people. So I think that will be a wonderful way of getting, you know, intent into action. I know we have less time because we are between you and the lunch, and but I don't want to go away without asking Meenu some rapid fire questions. You know, we want to get some energy, just like the dance. So let's get some energy with some rapid fire questions to Meenu, and they are all around impact hiring and what are her views on those questions on the impact hiring side. Are you ready, Meenu?
Yes.
Wonderful. Let's get going. Are you ready, audience? Yes. Yes, come on, Chak De. So, skills or degrees?
Skills.
Wow. Potential or experience?
Potential. You only gave the example of WebHub. Potential.
Yes, fantastic. Culture fit or culture add?
Culture add.
Culture add. Wonderful. Faster hiring or better hiring?
Better hiring. Quality matters.
Quality matters. Train for skill or hire ready talent?
Train for skill.
Yes, they live by example. Impact first or profit first?
Impact first.
Very true. AI in hiring or human judgment?
Human judgment.
Yes.
Nobody can replace intuition and empathy.
Absolutely agree, 100%, 100%. That's why we have the HR fraternity here. You are the human intelligence. You are the heart of the organization. Live up to it. Retention bonuses or meaningful work?
Meaningful work.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, at State Street, we have seen our employee engagement surveys where people find purpose and meaning, they stay much, much longer, and these bonuses don't matter.
True, very true. And you know what we have seen, the impact hires, they don't come with those Gen Z problems also, you know. Somehow they are so committed, they're so dedicated. We don't have those challenges with them. Just give them a chance. Just give them their niche, you know, and you'll see magic happening. You'll see music in your organization because they are the ones who will really weave into the organization in such a way that they won't be high maintenance, they won't be, added burden or anything like that. They will just gel in the organization and really get you to getting your profits, you know, that way. My last question to Meenu, I know in the interest of time, is do we do hiring with resumes or without resumes?
that is where open-ended conversations matter.
Yes.
Because in resumes can be very fancy, but they really do not give you the full picture of the culture ad, of the fit, and hence resumes are just a starting point.
Exactly. That's the starting point of a conversation. You can
Yeah.
see much more when the person enters the room and all. Thank you, Meenu. This has been wonderful having you here. And what a pleasure to have you and give the intent and the impact so much of importance. Now I know if I ask the question, do you know impact hiring? How many hands go up? I'm happy, Priya, that I see many more hands go up. So that means, and we have nice exercises coming after lunch. And the bingo. Bingo, is it ready? Is it ready? Yes, we have people who have done all the squares. Fantastic. So thank you, Meenu. Thank you so much
Malvika.
for this wonderful session. And
Thank
over to
you,
you,
audience. You were really very attentive. Thank you so much.
The bingo winners will be the most attentive ones.
Thank you, Meenu, and thank you, Malvika ji, for this wonderful, candid conversation as to how intent can be converted into some tangible actions. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead with the next session of the day. Can we have somebody here? Okay, I think we can still leave the chairs on the stage. Let's not interrupt the flow. So that next we have a showcase, which is basically a case study on impact hiring. And to present this case study, we've got Ms. Lakshmi Nambiar, who's the lead for CSR Karnataka and Kerala for Cognizant. A certified CSR professional with more than 7 years in the field and a 12 plus years of professional experience. Lakshmi works closely with internal business units, client partner accounts, and senior leadership at Cognizant to meet the goals of employee volunteering, social impact projects, and support in diverse CSR projects. Lakshmi is a cyclist. She's passionate about writing, traveling, and is quite good in geography and history. That's very interesting. And she's here to share the case study on impact hiring in Cognizant. Over to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, Padma Priya. Okay, my name is Lakshmi Nambiar, and I work in the employee volunteering team of Cognizant Outreach. So Cognizant Foundation is the CSR body of Cognizant. It is an ATG company, but we also have another platform which totally focuses on employee volunteering, means creating platforms for employee to volunteer. It is called Cognizant Outreach. It started in 2007, where our employees who were active in social areas and doing social impact work and doing volunteering. And this caught the eye of our leadership. And they decided, why not have a team, where we provide opportunities for the employees to volunteer. So that's how my team, Outreach, was born. And about myself, I have a background of marketing communications, and internal communications and corporate communications, but this was my calling, that I got an opportunity from Cognizant for their employee volunteering arm, and here I am. So here I am here to present about a case study. We had our leaders and fraternity from the HR and Nirman Skill Center employees talking about impact hiring. So a little bit about Cognizant Outreach. So here we work to improve, this is our Bible, right? Here we work to improve everyday life. How do we do that? There are two ways we do it. One is supported inclusion in tech and community impact. Support and inclusion in tech because we are a technology company. Why not leverage our knowledge to the society? We work with schools and teachers to deliver programs that are more inclined towards STEM education, where there are many schools where we do not have computer labs. There is a program where we teach coding without computers. That is one classic example that I have to quote. We work with a lot of teachers to enhance and upskills their capabilities. Then we work with many colleges, NGOs in the skilling field. So skilling is something that impact hiring is part of our agenda. So we work with many NGOs to cater and support and empower students who are aspiring to have a career, unemployed youth, and many other people who are in low pay. And then we work with more than 100 NGOs. In Bangalore itself, I work with more than 100 NGOs, and we support our partners by providing upskilling programs and consulting totally free of cost for their upskilling and operational efficiency. Then comes the community impact, and the major part is environment. So if someone asks me how to spot a cognizant volunteer in Bangalore, I would say wake up at 7:30 a.m., go to this lake called Jakku Lake in the North Bangalore. You can find a group of people working around that lake doing de-weeding, planting and cleaning. So that is an example that I have to quote. Beyond that, we do a lot of volunteering work in organic farming in various other locations of cognizant offices where they are. And then comes the passion. And here I have to quote one example of community impact and people impact here, that cognizant outreach is training the wheelchair cricket team of Karnataka. It is a national cricket team of wheelchair players in Karnataka. Now coming to our impact hiring, and I'm here to present a case study which we did in Cognizant. It is called impact hiring in our company as well. So what was our problem statement? So here we were looking at the, empowering graduates from rural areas who want to have a career in corporates, but they do not have an opportunity and guidance. So what was stopping them to pursue these opportunities? In villages and small towns and the rural areas, there is no awareness among parents itself and the society around. So there was no proper guidance, and this is the reason that students there, they were lacking of motivation. They don't know whether to go ahead or do, and most of the girls we have seen, getting married, and some people dropped out and all that. So how it started is, by one story I want to tell, but before that I want to say that what was our approach here? To identify who are the people and fill the gap. So how it started is, we have a volunteer who is an associate itself. He happened to travel to his college alumni. He was an alumni. He traveled to that college where in Nizamabad, and he got to know about a college which is called Telangana Tribal Welfare Residential Degree College for Women. He visited that college, and he found that there are so many girls who are from the underserved communities, financially weaker background. They have aspiration, they have zeal, they have fire, but nobody to guide, nobody to motivate. They don't know what to do it, but they were really much interested. And with that thing in his mind, he traveled and had a conversation with us, the CSR team, and we reached out to some leaders, some HR folks also joined in the community discussion, and they decided, okay, let's have a picnic and let's travel to this village in Nizamabad, which is about 120 to 150 kilometers, if I'm not Anuradha ma'am. So they started at 5 o'clock in the morning. They reached there, they spent a day with the girls. They had some really good time. They spoke to these girls, and they got to know about what exactly was lagging behind. There is a lot of gap, what they have studied and what the market wants, right? So we came back with that thought, and then there was a lot of brainstorming, and then they decide, okay, first we need to create a content. Unless we have a strong content, we cannot educate and upskill them. So a 48 hours content was created, which includes various basic job readiness program, including communication to employability skills. And then we started the first step by screening, visiting the village again, and then we screened and we realized that there are 150 out of these 300, there are 150 girls who are interested, and they totally, they're ready to dedicate their time. And here the screening started, and the program started, the volunteering program, where associates would travel on a Saturdays and Sunday. They divided themselves into batches. They would start at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they would come back in the evening after this entire program is completed. And this continued till August 2019. So it started in March 2019, and it continued till August 2019. The training was completed. There was a certificates were given out, and we were really lucky that one of the business units at that time was hiring. We proposed this idea, why have our beneficiaries who we have trained, why would not you give the opportunity to them? To our luck, that the team agreed, and we had our 150 beneficiaries of this program. The girls especially, they traveled to Cognizant office in Hyderabad and participated in this hiring drive. And you know what? 33 girls got the offer letter, and they are in Cognizant. They are working in Cognizant, and you won't believe these 33 girls are volunteering in various other social impact organizations where Cognizant Outreach and Cognizant Foundation are working, and they're training more people, right? So this is the ripple effect that we have created. So this was just a beginning. We worked with so many NGOs. And in Karnataka itself, we have working with the 4 centers of Nirman in Kengeri, Gulbarga, and KR Puram, and then Vijayanagara. We reached up to Gulbarga with an online class, which is in the northern part of Karnataka, which is very difficult. And online training has happened, and the center is responding really well. So till now, here we are finding NGOs and schools, and schools for higher educations and colleges who are primarily supporting students from the underprivileged community and from the economically weaker section. So here, till now, we have trained around 9,000 girls in this particular program since 2019, March, and 550 students are working in Cognizant itself. They got placed in Cognizant itself. So how it works is that we understand the aspirations by joining them in their conversation. And then we decided to have modules where we included communication, resume building, interview skills, and AMCAT training. AMCAT is an exam where they can give, and they get opportunities with for the hiring from various corporates. And then what is there for the HR fraternity who is here? Let me read out some statistics for you to think about. From the associates, these beneficiary of associates where we trained in Cognizant, they understand the Cognizant values and culture. Why? Because they were trained by the associates, our associates itself. So they know their journey, they know what Cognizant stand for, what Cognizant journey is, and what's the value and the culture. They're a cultural fit. They come with a zeal and sincerity. The attrition rate of the industry standard, which was 20%, and in this group, it is only 6% and even less. So you can see that there is a clear case of employee retention. And further, this group had 90% of them, they got promoted within the actual timelines. So here, the commitment was clear. And we have, so this is something that I want to show. This is one of the girls whose house was before and after she got a job. So this is the impact that we created. Now coming back to employee volunteering, I have my colleague and a long-term volunteer, and currently he is volunteering at Nirman Center in Vijayanagara, Bangalore. I would like to request Anil Kumar BVV to share his experience about his volunteering work and training the students.
Thank you, Lakshmi. So hi everyone. So I'm Anil Kumar. So as Lakshmi mentioned, I am volunteering with the Vijayanagara Center of Nirman. So yes, it was an ordinary Saturday for me, but I didn't expect that it would be a very fantastic end I would have. So as a trainer, I know I'll have to motivate the students from the start of a session to give the answers to my questions or whatever it may be. But these guys had a different attitude. As soon as I started the Icebreaker, they gave me all possible answers to the scenario. They were quickly brainstorming, and they were giving me all possible answers. And even I was amazed at the responses they gave, and I had to raise my bar of standards. Yes, and then we had a very good session, very fruitful session, and with every session and every segment of the training, I was even more and more amazed. And with that, I can tell with my experience, I can vouch for them. They'll never disappoint you. And keep rocking, Nirman guys and the students at Nirman. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Since beginning, we have worked with 11 Nirman skill centers, and 1,045 students have been trained under this program. and 50 joined Cognizant. So 1,000 volunteers, 15,000 hours, 90,000 girls trained, and so many hirees, so many are doing very well in private jobs, in companies and corporate sector. So here is a thought I want to leave you with, the HR fraternity here. We have reshaped the priorities towards girl empowerment and financial independence of women from the very beginning itself, from the very young age. And this is a mutual win-win for the CSR team of a company, for the beneficiary, and for the HR, and for the organization. You are getting committed employees, and the employee retention, as we have seen, it is quite good. So we are creating equal opportunities for everyone, not just the regular campus hires, but for the people who are in rural villages far away through online, offline training. Here is the community that we are representing with an equal opportunity, and it's a mutual win-win. So my last conclusion here is, Cognizant has done it, and I think all the companies and corporates can do it. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Lakshmi, and that's such a boost to all of us who've been working in the entire impact hiring program. And this, as a natural progression to what Lakshmi has shared, she spoke about the volunteering. We also had the gentleman, sorry, I missed your name, Anil from Cognizant, who actually shared how he has volunteered. So that's the power of volunteering. And to take it forward, may I invite Shivani Tyagi, Manager HR and Lead of Volunteering with Nirman, to share her address.
Thank you, Priya. And what a wonderful session by Lakshmi. A huge round of applause for her. There are many, many lives which is being changed by the volunteers. So apart from the training, there are many volunteers who are coming forward and helping these students in creating a change in their lives. And there are many such opportunities which are there for you as well. But before we present such opportunities, I would request Prem to come onto the stage. He is one of the change maker, along with Soumya, Shivani Malladi, and Gayatri. So this is our first cohort of change makers. So who are these change makers? These are the people who are having their full-time commitment elsewhere, but they are helping and supporting Nirman through sharing their skills, expertise, and time. Like Prem, he's having close to 12 plus years of experience, and he's currently serving as an account manager in Adobe, but he's helping Nirman by giving minimum 5 hours in a week, like our all other change makers. And program Vashishta is one such initiative which has been born by them. Now I would request Prem to tell what is program Vashishta and how you can be part of impact hiring, not just by hiring these people, but by becoming a volunteer.
Thanks, Shivani. That was a great intro. And hello, everyone. I'm Prem. I'm a passionate volunteer. I've been with Nirman from past 14 years, right from my college days. We used to give career guidance workshops to the students in government schools for 9th and 10th students. That's where my journey started as a volunteer. And I'm so happy to be here with all the Nirman family as a change maker. So today I'm here to present one of our core thought called Program Vasista. The idea is to support the young upcoming professionals who lack exposure to IT industries and guide them and mentor them with necessary skills to be corporate ready. This is similar to what Lakshmi has mentioned right now. They have started so many days before, and they created a huge impact. I'm so happy to see that, Lakshmi. And we are aiming for the same, actually. So we started this program recently with a thought, right? When I was a student, I always had this thought, a confusion where I have very little exposure about industries, how the corporate functions, what skills are needed to upgrade myself and step up. But I always thought, what if I had a mentor who can support me, who can guide me in creating or clearing these confusions? So that's where this thought started. And we want to connect this passionate industry experts like you all and also other professionals with the students in our skill centers. So we have many skill centers where we train our students on different IT skills, and we want to connect our similar professionals to our students and guide them and mentor them through the industry lens, right? So we kick-started this few months ago with 10 mentors, and they guided the students on different skills like mock interviews, resume building, effective communication skills, time management, and other like career guidance, goal setting, and industry expert visits. This definitely helped the students to understand what they are lacking behind and what things they have to focus and improve, right? And we believe that this program will help more students to overcome these fears and develop their skills and create positive impact. So I request all of you to encourage your friends, your colleagues, and also yourself to register this program and join us as a mentors and guide the students in creating a huge impact, right? So if you follow the screen, there's a QR code. You can just scan the QR code to know more about this program, nominate yourself. And you can also follow our website where we have added more information about this program. So what mentors have to do is they just have to spend 1 hour per week, just like 12 hours in the span of 3 months, and guide them on various aspects. So I request you all to join us, and thanks for your time, Martin. Thanks everyone for listening to me.
It's become sort of an exercise, climbing up and down the stairs. It's going to cover my 10,000 steps today. So having said that, how far has your bingo come? Did anybody complete it? Did you actually take it seriously or not? There are goodies. Oh, I love it. I love it. A lot of people are responding. We'll definitely look at announcing the winners soon once we collect the sheets. But before that, we have a very interesting presentation. You've seen what Nirman does, what impact hiring is all about. You also heard the power of volunteering. Now, how do you take it forward? We do have an impact hiring portal, and may I invite Narmada, Manager Technology and Lead for Technology for Nirman, to share the details.
Thank you, Priya. Once again, good morning, everyone. Presentation. Yeah, so far we have heard a lot about impact hiring. Now, to support the impact hiring program, at Nirman we have developed an impact hiring portal. So I'll just give you a quick overview on the portal. Yeah, and there is a QR code on your tables. If you can scan that, it will take you to the portal, and you can start registering onto the portal and also explore it more. So just a second. Okay. So meanwhile, the PPT will be loading, but I will start giving the overview on what it has. So actually this portal has majorly 4 roles, like the job seeker, employer, training partner, and administrator. So the job seeker, so they, like any other job portal, they will be able to register onto the platform, and based on the details, whatever they have been provided on the portal, so they will be able to actually get their automated resume from the portal itself. They can download it and also use it further. And apart from that, on this particular platform, we also have an integrated learning management system where we have made the course content available for them if in case they want to upskill themselves by referring to the course content. And coming to the employer, they will be able to register onto the particular platform, and they will be able to post their job vacancies and also access the candidates list who have been, registered for that jobs and can be interviewed. And coming to the training partner, we also have a training partner concept on this particular platform. So the training partner, like whoever are willing, like Nirman is doing training, similarly any other training partner who is willing to provide training for these candidates, they can post their opportunities here, and the candidates who are willing to take up that can register and get trained, and they can get certified. So coming to the administrator, so administrator's role is to onboard the training partners, employers, and to manage the complete platform, including the learning management system. So these are some stats from the portal. So right now we have already so many job seekers registered onto the platform. And this is about the gender bifurcation. And this portal is continuously getting upgraded with more AI-driven features. And here are some screenshots about the portal. This is the home page, and where you can see the registration button on the right side top. And when you click on that, you will be able to see 3 registration forms, one for the job seeker, one for the employer, and one for the training partner. So you can use the employer form to register. And this is the registration form for the job seeker. And this is the login page. And this is the profile page for them, where they can access it and change any details in future. And this is the place where they will be able to view the posted jobs which are being posted by all of you and can access them. And this is the place where they find the details of the courses that are being provided by the training partner. And this is the form for the employers. So it's a small form. All of you can just fill in and try to register. And once you register, you will be getting in login details in your email. And this is the place where you can post the jobs. And this is the place where you can access all the jobs, and you can anytime activate or deactivate your respective jobs. And this is for changing the status of the application. And this is a dashboard, but this we are also continuously improving it, and we are trying to add more stats for this. And this is a training partner registration, and this is a dashboard for them. And there are modules for them to access the students, put them into batches, train them, and again certify them. And this is about the admin. So from the admin side, we will be able to see like how many employers, job seekers, and training partners are there on the platform. Yeah, and this is the QR code, and same is available on your desk tables also. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Narmada. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a couple of more organizations who are partnering with Nirman. And may I invite Malvika ji, Anuradha Garu, Madhuri onto the stage. Srihari and Srinivas and Himashri onto the stage, please. And may I also invite Vamshi onto the stage for the exchange of MOUs. Onto the center of the stage so that the pictures come out really well. So we've got the leaders from Pi International. JSP Kia. Empower Solutions. JK and HK Consultants Private Limited. And now for the last, but definitely the most important segment before we break for lunch is how can you collaborate with us? I'm sure that must be at the top of your minds. And may I invite Madhuri Kankanala, Chief Delivery Officer of Nirman, to share details as to how you can contribute and collaborate. Over to you, Madhuri.
Okay. Hi everyone. Are you with us? I know it has been a very long session since morning. So this will be the last one before we break for lunch. So all of you might be wondering, okay, there are a lot of presentations that happened today. But what is our role here? So why are we here today? So I think by now you would have got around 70 to 80% of your role, what you have to do here today. So this is the form all of your table in charges would have given you. So the first sheet is for you to take it back, because this mainly talks about how you can collaborate with us. But the second sheet, please fill on your details and then pass it to the table in charge before we break for lunch. So if you come, so there are multiple ways you can collaborate with us. So the first thing is, for now, as Mayu said, Nirman has been a CSR partner and then volunteering partner. But now we are placing Nirman as a talent partner before you all. So because 15,000 skilled trainees every year across 56 skill centers, across 11 different categories, so Nirman has a talent readily available for you to consume. As mentioned, it's no cost either for you or the beneficiaries because it's covered under CSR. The second one is nationwide recruitment. So we are present, we present across many locations. So we are present in most Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Kochi, Noida, Gurgaon, Visakhapatnam, Bhubaneswar, Indore, Coimbatore, Warangal, Mehboobanagar, Sangareddy, etc. But you need not restrict to these places, right? If you have office in any other place, feel free to reach out to us. We will arrange virtual interviews because some of the beneficiaries would be able to relocate. As we prefer the location-based recruitments, but if there is an opportunity for you in other locations, feel free to interview our candidates. And tailored training, this is very important. So we have presented 11 courses, but if you want some skill set which you are looking at, so we are ready to customize because we customize based on the student needs and as well as the employers' needs as well. So we are ready to partner with you to customize the trainings and provide the talent for you. So Impact Hiring Portal, just now Narmada has walked you through what is a portal, right? So again, it's a no-cost portal where you can upload your openings and we have all the talent profiles available there. So you can come, search for the talent there and schedule for an interview. And as said, it's like free of cost, you can use right away. You can register with us immediately. So scan the QR codes on the table and our team can help you if you want any assistance. So you have seen today here Malavika ma'am, Vamshi and others part of the conclave, right? So these are what we are calling them as talent leadership councils, thought leadership councils. Because every year we want to improve our program. So quarter by quarter we want to improve our programs. So we want to listen from industry leaders, form a council, and then improve our program year on year. So your valuable feedback will be helpful for us also to better up the program for the upcoming theme. So then extend our reach. So we are in Bangalore now, but if you have offices across different locations, so you have seen our schedule. So we will be having conclaves in different locations. Irrespective of conclave or not, please tell about Nirman and the impact hiring in different locations and extend, so we have a contact, right? So share our contact with your friends, colleagues in different locations, and we would like to partner with them. So because you have been here, you experienced what impact hiring is, you experienced what Nirman is doing. So we would like you to pass the word on mouth, right? It's the best way because Nirman has built that way. So most of the way, seeing our work, one corporate recommends others, recommend us to other corporates. That's how we have grew. So we request you to spread the word of mouth and help your friends, other partners to collaborate with us. So in a summary, please go through this sheet, The first sheet is for you to take it back, but the second sheet, please fill it and hand it over your table in charges before you break for lunch. So over to Priya. Thank you.
So this is your time to fill the feedback form. We give you 2 minutes. Fill the form. Our table in charges, please help the table occupants, our guests, to understand what they need to fill. Get them the forms, take the forms, and also take back the bingo forms. Bingo forms need to come back to the stage because we need to evaluate, and post lunch we need to find the winners. So, table in charge, please get the forms. Yes, let me know if they are done, then we can move on to the next step. We still have some time between the lunch and this activity. Yes. So, how many are confident that their bingo is all correct? Can I see? Oh my goodness. So, we have many, many winners. Wow. Yeah, it's going to be tough competition now. Great. Wonderful. That means they have been attentive, they've been listening, they've been enjoying, they've been mindful, and yes, they are going to be the winners. Fantastic. Wonderful. As I get to see by show of hands from table in charges that the feedback has been taken, feedback forms have been filled, bingo forms submitted, we can move on to our next activity.
And while those who have already filled the feedback form, we would want to definitely showcase a video about our work in Karnataka in specific. Sai, can we have the video, please?
Bangalore is a city of ideas, ideas turning into startups, and startups turning into great progressive organizations. And it all begins, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with that single step. Let's see the video of how things have changed.
And while you are at it, don't forget to leave your hand mark on the screen at the back. It's fun, and definitely that's a memory to cherish. And ladies and gentlemen, just before we take a break for lunch, may I invite Himashri, the Chief People's Officer of Nirman, to share a few lines.
Thank you, Priya. Hope you all have enjoyed the session. Hey, that's really great. I'm able to see lots of people giving their signature on the board, and people are filling the form, bingo forms, and many other things. So as we're drawing to close the morning session, first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers and the chief guest for gracing this occasion and sharing their insights and words for the wisdom. I would also like to thank the corporate leaders, partners, and change makers who stood beside us to enable this platform of learning and action. Special thanks for each and everyone who brought energy and got engaged throughout the day with their involvement into the event. Of course, we are not done yet. We still have more. So let's join for the impact circle, that's a Nirman Impact Circle, which is scheduled after the lunch. So let's join us for the most inspiring circle where lots of stories of change and inspiration will be discussed with us. So let's join after an hour, that's at 2:30. So let us all join again back at 2:30 with lots of ideas, connections, and to have a meaningful impact.
Thank you, Himashri. And before we move into the lunch venue, I know I've been saying before and before and before, but this would promise it's the last before, okay? Request all the table in charges to collect the bingo forms, right? And let's get back into the hall by around 2:20, 2:25, so the 2:30 is when the next session starts. Thank you so much.
The table in charge to please guide the guests to the dining area for the lunch.
ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಾ ನೆನಪಾಯ್ತಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ ನೆನಪಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೆನಪು
ಮನು ಮನು
ನೆನಪು ಅಲ್ಲ ಕಿರಣ್
ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ಯಾರ
ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದು ಲೋಕಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ
ಲೋಕಿ ಹೆಲಿಕಾನ್ ಆಪ್ರೇಟ್ರು
ಹಾಂ ಹೆಲಿಕಾನ್ ಆಪ್ರೇಟರ್ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಹೇಳೋರು ನೀವು ಮನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಮನು ಹಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಬಂದು ಇನ್ನೂ ನೋಡಿ
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೆನ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಗಮನಿಸಿ
ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ
ನಂಬರ್ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ
ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನಂಬರ್ ನಾನು 9880 9829 32
ಹಾಂ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ
ಇದೆ ನಂಬರ್ ನಾನು
ನಂಬರು
9880
9880
29 34
ಈಗ ಕಾಡು ಕಿರಣ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಕಿರಣ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕಿರಣ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಹೆಂಗಾಯ್ತು ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಜೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದೇ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ವಿಡಿಜಿ ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವನ
ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಸತಿ ನಂಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಮಿಟರ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ
ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಮಿಟರ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರೇ ತಾವು ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಂಗೆ
ನಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ನಾನು ಇವರು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಈಗ ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದವರು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಯಿಂದಲೇ ತೊಗೊಂಡ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾನೇ ನೀವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಬಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ
ಅವ್ರ ಪವರೇ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಯಾವುದು ಇದೇನು ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಪವರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್
ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಟಿ ವಿ ಮೇಲೆ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತದೆ
ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿದೆ
ಯಾವುದು
ಅಮೆರಿಕನ್ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ದು ಲೈವ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮತ್ತು ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ
ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಅದೇ ಲೋಗೋ ಇದೊಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಅದೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಝೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಲೈವೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇದು ಪವರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟು ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದೇನು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಜನರೇಟರ್
Yeah. ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನೇನೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಕತೆ ಏನೇನೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾಳೆ ನಾಡ್ದು ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ನಂಗೆ ನಾಳೆ ನಾಳೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಂಡ್ಯಣ ಮಂಡ್ಯಣ ಹೇಳ್ರೆ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಒಂದೇನೋ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ 15 16 17 ನನಗೆ 16 17 ಈ ತಿಂಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದಿನ ತಿಂಗಳು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ತಿಂಗಳು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ನೈಟ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇತ್ತು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡು ಅದೇ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ಬಾ ಅದೇ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅದ್ರ ಕೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೋಗಿದ್ದ ತಾತ ಹತ್ರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಮನೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ? 6 ಗಂಟೆ 7 ಗಂಟೆನಾ? ಒಂದು ಬೀಗ್ರೂಟು ಯಾವ ಇದು ಬೀಗ್ರೂಟು ಯಾವಾಗ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರ ಅಂತ ಬೀಗ್ರೂಟು? ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು 9 ಗಂಟೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಗೀತು. ಅದು ಬರೋದೇ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಅಂತೂ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾಳೆ ಒಂದು ನಾಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಜಲ್ದಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ಫೋನ್ ಬೈಕ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅವನ ಹತ್ರ. ಸರಿ ಓಕೆ. ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇದು ಇದು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರ
ಮುಂಚೆ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ
ನಾನು ಮುಂಚೆ ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ
ಇದೆ
ಸರ್. ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ಮುಗಿಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಟೈಮಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ 2:30 ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಲಂಚ್ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನು ಲಂಚ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 4:15 5 ಗಂಟೆ ಸರ್.
5:30 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು 5 ಇಲ್ಲ 4 ಮುಗಿಯೋದೇ 4:15 5 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಂಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು 5 ಕಾಲು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸರ್ ಇರೋದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸರ್ ಮಾರಾಣಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸರ್. ಹೌದಾ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್. ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಇವತ್ತು ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಆರ್ತಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಂದರೆ ಆರತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಆರತಿ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಗೆ. ಓಕೆ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಸರಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಗನೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆಗಿಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ ಸರಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಸರಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ. ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ. ಓಕೆ ಬಾಯ್.
ಟೈಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಿಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅದು ಟಾಟಾದು ಬಹುಮಾನ ಎಷ್ಟು 4 ಕೋಟಿ ತಾನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 5 ಸರ್ 4 ಇರಬೇಕು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಿಂದ 4 ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಟಾಟಾದು ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ಸು ಒಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಗಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರಿ ನೋಡಿ 2 ಇನ್ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರಿ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಿಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಪೇಮೆಂಟು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆದು ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದು ಬ್ರಿಟಾನಿಯದು ಹಾಂ 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 ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಟೀಜ್ದೊಂದು ಇನ್ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ವ ನೀವು ಓಕೆ ಹಾಂ ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ನಿಶಾಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ಸೊ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 15 ಡೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೇಮೆಂಟು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ತುಂಬ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಲೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಹಾಂ ಗ್ರೂಪಲ್ಲೇ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ದೀಸ್ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದೇನು ನೀವು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೊ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಶಾಗ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೊ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಓಕೆ ಸೊ ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಅವ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೈಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೊ ಅವನು ಬರೀ ಹಿಂಗಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬ ಅಂದಾಗ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಏನೂ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಟೋಟಲ್ 5 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು 8ವರೆಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇದು ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೇಮೆಂಟು ಅಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬ ಇದನ್ನಾದ್ರೂ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಹಾಂ ಹ್ಞೂ ಓಕೆ ಹ್ಞೂ ಓಕೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವರ್ಕ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ಏನೋ ಮಾರ್ಜಿನ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದ್ದರೂ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ನನಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ವರ್ಕೌಟೇ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದು 1 ದಿನ 2 ದಿನ ಬಟ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಲೈಂಟ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿನ ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಈಗ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಗುಡ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬಟ್ ನನಗೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸತಿನೂ ಇದು ಬಜೆಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಸೊ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ನನಗೊಂಚೂರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ನನಗೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೊಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇರಲ್ಲ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಹಿಂಗಂತ ನನಗೊಂಚೂರು ನೀವು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕೂಡ ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಟಾಟಾದ ಬಿಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಮರ್ತೇ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ನೀವು ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನಾನು ಬಾರ್ಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ನನಗೊಂದು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಸೊ ನೋಡಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನೀವು 4,500 ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಡಬ್ಬಿಂಗ್ಗೆ ಸೊ ನಾನು ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೆ ಒಂದು 3,000 3,500 ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಅಂದಾಜು ನನಗೂ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅವಾಗ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಸೊ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆನ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ನೀವೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಥರ ಕೊಲಾಬ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ನನಗೊಂದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸೊ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆನ್ ಆ ಥರದ್ದು. ಓಕೆ 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 ಹಾಂ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ
ಹಾಂ
ನಾಲ್ಕೈದು ಫೋಟೋದು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ,
ಹಾಂ
ನಾಲ್ಕೈದು ಫೋಟೋದು ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ.
ಯಾವುದು ಶೀತಲ 4-5 ಫೋಟೋ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ.
4-5 ಫೋಟೋಸು ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಏನೋ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಲೈಟ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಬಂದಿರೋ ರಂಗೋಲಿಗೆ ಇದು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ.
ಏನು ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು?
ಏನು ಕೊಡೋದು ಅದೇ ಎಲ್ ಇ ಡಿ ಇದು ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ XL 200 ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಓಕೆ
ಅದು ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಬರ್ರಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬನ ಮಗನೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಮೇಲೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಡ್ಡ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ಮೈಸ. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಫೋಟೋ ಬಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ತೆಗೆಯೋದೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಈ ಥರ ಫೇಟಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕರೆದ್ರೆ ಇದೇ ಎಕ್ವಿಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ನನ್ನ ಬರೋದೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಕಾಸು ಕೊಡೋದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಸಂಜೆ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ 3,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 3,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಗಳಿಸಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವಾಗ ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರು ಅವ್ರವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆಯೋ 2 ಫೋಟೋ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾನೇ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವರೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೇ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ವ. ಫೋಟೋ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್.
ಈಗ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು
ಸರ್
ಅಲ್ಲ
ನೋಡಿ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದು ನಾನೇ ತೆಗ್ದಿರೋದು. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ವೀಕೆಂಡ್ ಅವರು.
ಇದು ಅವಾಗ ತೆಗ್ದಿರೋದು. ಇದು ಯಾವುದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ 1000 LED ಲೈಟಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗ್ದಿರೋದು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ಸ್ ಈಗ LED ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗ್ದಿರೋದು.
ನಿಮಗೆ ಡಾಟ್ ಇದೆ ಲೈನ್ ಇದೆ
ಅದು ಫೋನ್
ನನ್ನ ಕರ್ಟನ್ ನಂಗೆ
ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಏನಿದು ಜಾಕೆಟ್ ಅದು ಫೋನ್.
ಮೇಕಪ್ ಅವನು
ಅವನು ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಎಷ್ಟೋಗಿ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅವನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಇದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think after that sumptuous meal, it's quite difficult to get everybody settled back in the seats, right? But then we definitely do have something interesting. I know everybody's waiting for it. What is it? Yes, bingo. The results of the bingo that we've been playing since morning, just to ensure and just to check how attentive everybody were. Malvika ji, what would you say? I'm ready. All right, over to you then.
Okay, how's it post lunch? All the blood goes into the stomach for digestion. What comes here? We need energy. Where's the Josh? Good afternoon. Yes, Bangalore, good afternoon. Fantastic. There have been, out of the 140 plus who have been attending, how many have been paying attention? The results were very good, let me tell you that. Because the participation was from everyone. Everyone got their squares right, but where they missed was the slight edge which the winners got, where they had the names right. So who said it in their speech, that word? Some of them wrote 2 names, 3 names, but then there was just one right name. And that was the deciding factor to get these winners. I think everyone was a winner because you paid attention, you were mindful, you were listening, and what better than listening to such great illustrious speakers that we had since the morning. So fantastic, Bengaluru, city of ideas, city of industries, turning those ideas into profits, and then startups, and then innovation, and the journey continues. Okay, so I'll not hold you long, I know. Everyone is curious. So I will announce the names and would love to see the winners walk up here because we have prizes for you, and that is for you to take home, eat, and enjoy. Okay, so my first winner of the bingo game, we have 4 winners who were 100% correct, I mean, when I say 100, it was 100%. Everything was right. And so the first person is Divyendu Kalyan Dio. Where is he? There you are. Please come up here. I'll announce all the 4, and then we will have our great leaders come and give them what they really deserve for this. Come here, Divyendu. You got it all right.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the trick?
Listening carefully.
Listening carefully and immediately putting the name?
Yes.
Okay, great. Second winner, please have it here, be on the stage. Komal Gupta. Where is she? Oh, fantastic, Komal. Come over. You were also wonderful. Every name was right, even to the spelling. So we had to even look at where did they go wrong, where did they go wrong. But it was 100 on 100. Wow. Nowhere that they could be on the other side with the big, huge block that we had of everyone participating, and went wrong 1 or 2 places. The third is Marilyn George. Can we have Marilyn George? Big round of applause for Marilyn. Fantastic. Had some notes on the side. So real good listening, I would say. Fantastic. And last but not the least, we have Sakshi Kumari. Fantastic, Sakshi. Come over here. Fantastic. This is wonderful. And as I told you, the differentiator was just maybe one person who might have got the name wrong, or there was someone else who was the right person who spoke about it, but this person had put some other name. That was the only differentiator. Otherwise, you have been a wonderful audience. So big round of applause for the entire fraternity sitting here. and really being mindful and listening. Listening is a great skill. And for us as HR, we have to be being the conscious keepers and being good listeners. We have to, do the job well. I'm very happy to say we have these winners here. And Priya, do we get their prizes? Yes, wonderful. Okay, and to call on stage, can we have Prashant here? Prashant would like you to give the prizes to them. You can get that, bargain it. Fantastic, big round of applause, some music please. We need it coming.
Madam, by seeing this, what you observe, ma'am? By seeing this.
What I observe is
winners,
that...
Winners.
Yes.
By seeing the winners.
Tell me.
Women are more attentive. ma'am.
I didn't want to bring in the diversity. Big round applause. Women, I wouldn't say they are better listeners, but here it looks like they've grabbed it. They've grabbed it. Fantastic. Yes, we'll take one picture. And you know what? This has been so wonderful, playing the bingo. And did you all really enjoy it?
Yes.
Yes? So you are a winner. You can ask for the chocolate share. When they go back to their tables, the table members can ask for their share of the chocolate, okay?
Thank you, Malvika ji. In fact, I don't know whether you really observed or not. Two of them are from the same table as well, right? You kept yourself, aware, awake, and paying attention. Awesome. Danpita, please. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. And now to the second part of the day, Nirman Impact Circle Bengaluru chapter. That's what the session is named. And to set the context and to give you some background about what this is all about, may I invite Mayur Patnala and Nikhil Gamba onto the stage. Mayur? Mayur is busy chatting. 0 marks for you for bingo. Please, Mayur.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I have 7 minutes. So, let me put my... Yes. So, in the 7 minutes of I have to fulfill certain responsibility. I'll definitely try to fulfill. I'll try to do my best. On behalf of our board, with loving memory of Venkat, I have Prashant here. And Vineet Saksan is also joining, and myself on our executive leadership team, the Nirman team, and the beautiful volunteers. Entire One Nirman team heartily welcomes each one of you for the afternoon session. Thank you for making morning session such a huge success. And afternoon session is primarily focused on CSR and volunteering. As a conversation. So what we would like to definitely bring forth to you is we feel that India Inc. means that it of course has corporates, but also India Inc. is about family businesses, it's about startups, it's about MSMEs and individuals. The conversation point that we are presenting to each one of you here in this room and also to the live audience is by sharing few of our best practices in the next 3 hours and by presenting to you few of the leaders with whom we worked. We are going to share with you few of, if there is a key takeaway of if India has to be a developed India and a nation of our dreams, we have to enable every citizen of India to contribute. And for the past 20 years at Nirman, we have been enabling individuals and corporates, multinational corporates, to do impact, either for a government school child or for a youth, women, farmers, tribals, etc. In this conversation, with our partners who are there with us in this journey, we together with our MNC partners, we would like to present to you the best practices. And a call for action is for every individual, every family business, every SME, MSME to join this mission of a developed India. Of course, I will not spend much into this, but just for the few of my friends who are joined for the second session alone, Nirman has been a non-profit which is founded in 2005. For the last 20 years, we have been enabling impact for 50 lakh individuals in this country. And with a theory of change of EEG, that is educate, empower, and give back. We primarily work with government school children, youth who are going to government degree colleges and government colleges, who are into Tier 2, Tier 3, and also the youth who go into different colleges, even though private, who are studying with scholarships, etc. And then empower, economically empower them, be there with them throughout this journey of their higher education and their skill development. They stand on their own feet. And also again, this particular youth with whom we worked, they again give back, that is volunteer and also become the donors. Circling back to save 1 rupee per day for the nation and teach 1 hour per day for the nation, which are our primary campaign. But I'm here, of course, what are the CSR opportunities are there? How can we partner with CSRs? How can we do a lot of volunteering? Of course, our team will definitely share with you after the keynotes of our respected distinguished speakers. But I'm here to present only 2-3 stories which have really inspired me and continue to inspire the power of what a volunteering and corporate CSR can do together. Only 3. The first one is about the story of this different girls and boys, of course. Here I present six of them. All these girls are from rural or tribal backgrounds, first generation learners studying in government schools. If you see in the middle, they're all very good in academics. The second one, Bhanu, have accomplished 10 out of 10 in her government school, and now again, after going through our program of Career Sathi program for 6 years, she is with us, part of our Nirman team, doing content writing and digital marketing. Sirisha, she is into Azim Premji University for social sciences, and she has an aspiration to become a politician to serve people. Shweta, she is currently pursuing her medicine in a government medical college and also aiming to be an oncologist, especially to cure the cancer and bring down the cancer medicines cost. But these children with whom we have identified, not only them, the Trisha who is there in this and the Chikita who is there in that, both of them respectively in cricket and also in archery, they are achieved international acclaim. Trisha, to be specific, under 19 World Cup, recently we won, and she is a player of the tournament as well. For all these girls and boys and everyone who have lot of fire in the belly and waiting for an opportunity and exposure, I think this is one thing that I have seen, the power of volunteering and the CSR when they're coming together, how beautifully we are able to do this impact. The second story I would like to bring to your notice is I witnessed personally, it is during COVID. During COVID, many people are losing lives because of lack of ICUs. And that's when we went to the government hospitals, wore that PPE kits, and then started going to hospital and showing the social media press meets on what is the importance of establishing and augmenting the existing public infrastructure in the government hospitals. And we started with establishing in TIMS, which is a COVID specialty hospital in Hyderabad, 150 such beds within 4 weeks of time. By partnering with the bodies like HICIA, and it continued, the several hospitals in the city itself came with this, and then later we continued even establishing ICUs in rural and tribal district hospitals. It was really magical to see how this unimaginable result of not one ICU, two ICU, 2,000 ICU beds are added to the government hospitals, 120 in number. To all those, I just felt we may not be completely changing the entire ocean, but whatever with the power of volunteering and CSR, we are able to nudge, just like in the first story we nudged those girls, young girls, here we are able to give that weapons or strength, more strength to those fearless doctors who are waging and paramedical staff who are working for us. For all those people as well, this clap goes. I want to, in this welcome address, I also want to close by the third story, which I personally witnessed, which we could enable as well. We'll only say enabling, because that is what we can do, what we are best at. Prashant is here, and also Manoj is here. We started adopting particularly vulnerable tribal villages, PVTG tribal villages. We started with one village in Adilabad, rural tribal Telangana, and within 3 years of time, we are able to enable the impact, support the villagers, because villagers know what they have to do, the girls know what they have to do, and the doctors know, paramedical staff know what they have to. Here in this case, villagers, we went to each of these households of 40 and asked, how can we help you increase your income so that you can give more good education to your children, have good healthcare facilities for your family? And yes, the magic happened. Within 3 to 4 years of time, there is a delta 40,000, 42,000 income has increased for the per capita income of that village. Congrats to those villages. Thinking about converting from a BPL village to a APL, below poverty line to above poverty line, I have personally witnessed, our team has personally witnessed, we all have witnessed how with CSR and volunteering together, we can achieve magical results. These are 3 stories which inspired me and which I felt before the distinguished speakers today. I felt definitely I can put forth these 3 humble experiences, and you can partner with us in Bangalore and Karnataka and beyond. Our team is there, our partnership team is there. They will be talking to you and setting up to see not just multinational corporates, but every individual, every company and organization, we would like to enable the impact. So with this, I would like to conclude the welcome address, welcome you all. Thanks to Deepak sir for accepting our invitation and coming over all the way to deliver the keynote address. Thank you, Manoj sir, for coming over, and also my CSR friends, Mauli, Abhi, Surendran, and many others. Thank you so much. We have only one passion, the rise of a great nation. But as you know, we will do one chak day and leave, yeah? Okay. I'll count. Together count? We should together count? Yes. 3, 2, 1. Chak day! Thank you.
Thank you, Mayur. As next activity or next thing, we'll be just showcasing our various CSR projects that we are undertaking just for a few minutes, and also a couple of videos that will make you understand how we have transformed various initiatives through our initiatives and all. So I'll quickly touch upon like how the stories which have been presented by Mayur, they have been done through various CSR initiatives as such. So Nirman is working across India. We have almost projects across 25 states in India, and we are working in various focus areas. So when I mean focus areas, these are all that are required for any holistic development of a community. So starting from what Mayur has mentioned, the EEG model of theory of change. So we have spanned like all our focus areas in this theory of change model. So starting from education, and within this education we have various projects. Similarly, skill development and entrepreneurship, even the impact hiring, HR, skilling, and various things that we have been discussing since morning, these are part of this economic empowerment activity. Similarly, health and well-being, which like ICUs and that case study was presented, but we are also undertaking a lot of multi-speciality health camps and other activities as well. Under environment, sustainability, rural community development, disaster relief and rehabilitation, diversity, equity, inclusion. So I'll quickly take through. So under education, we have school transformation or school adoption program, right from enabling infrastructure that is bare minimal. As an example, this co-education or girls' schools are there, but there are no toilets for girls to access. So such enabling of those infrastructures plus activities of teacher requirement or showcasing more of digital learning, STEM learning, which will enable them more practical understanding about these. Those are under school adoption. Similarly, digital classroom program enabling with smart boards and other things. And we have a dedicated digital lab that is set up and have a curriculum that is available right from introduction of computers to AI enablement for making students more efficient. So these are all covered under this digital lab or digital classroom program. Similarly, coding and STEM learning. So not just enabling again robotics and other, but also augmenting the existing facilities that are there. Physics, chemistry, biology, and lot of other things. Career Sati, career guidance program, we have done massive, almost statewide career guidance programs, and various stories that have been presented. One doing MBBS and all, they are part of this career guidance and career Sati program. Similarly, sports also, which archery and cricketer who have been presented, they are part of this activity. Similarly, under skilling and entrepreneurship, so we have dedicated vocational skilling centers, women in technology focused, impact hiring, youth skilling, persons with disabilities, and mobile employment van, and a lot of other initiatives are there, and also technology enablement. So we undertake various LMS portals, and a lot of other things are also developed as part of this. Health, starting from undertaking a blood donation drive in corporates, tele-ICU, tele-dialysis, anemia-free communities, or even cervical cancer and other breast and cervical cancer camps, multi-speciality camps, upgrading the infrastructure. So there's something like right from one time to something very recurring and community-focused interventions that are also undertaking. Similarly, under environment, starting from plantation program to city beautification, lake rejuvenation programs, various engaging activities, solid waste, liquid waste management, solar. So we have adopted Amrabad Tiger Reserve, in which we are upgrading the solar infrastructure, among the communities, villages, and also helping out the animals in this particular forest area. Similarly, kitchen gardens is the other. And model village, right from livelihoods, sustainability, connectivity, health and mental health, well-being, basic minimum education, energy surplus, abundant water, all are covered under this model village program. Disaster relief and rehabilitation, Nirman has been first responder. That is because of various corporate supports that we receive immediately, including like Cognizant, Microsoft, and various others who have supported. Even HICI had given the call for action. So not just, again, immediate relief, but focusing on rehabilitation also. Last year alone, we have supported around 25,000 plus families during the disaster relief and rehabilitation. Similarly, community welfare, orphanages adoption, elderly care home adoptions and all, we are undertaking this. Diversity, equity, inclusion, which you will also hear one of the case study of Hope in a Cup, which OpenText had supported. It's a complete cafe run by the LGBTQI+ community. Similarly, we have entrepreneurship development activities also that are undertaken. Yeah, these are a few of the activities that Nirman has been focusing on. If there are any other new ideas or something you feel we have to co-create together, Nirman is always ready to be part of this and do that enablement in terms of CSR, volunteering, or any other activity which focuses on development of communities. Thank you so much. So we'll quickly showcase a couple of videos like school transformation and one vocational training center video. And meanwhile, yeah, I'll request Mayu to be on the stage.
We are co-hosts for today. So Nikhil, do you like Hyderabad or Bangalore?
Bangalore. So my career has started in Bangalore, so I'm very thankful to the Bangalore community.
And in fact, we should tell you this, that in the entire conclaves, we are moving from place to place. Non-Hyderabad, this is the largest support we have received from our Bengaluru. Bangalore is awesome. What do you think?
Definitely. Yeah, except for the weather, I think a lot of complaints we are receiving these days. But otherwise, yeah. So,
shall we have the next keynote instead of videos? Is videos taking time? Let's go to the next set. Yes. Today we have, videos have come. Let's see. We have few case studies picked up, not in any particular order, but just to showcase some of the transformations. This shows the school transformation program that we picked one government school at a time.
Before we had only few restrooms. Because of that, we used to form very big lines. And before we had only some classrooms, fans and lights are available. But now, in each and every classroom, there is an availability of fans and lights. Our school is now very beautiful and colorful with the colorful paintings and arts.
We are here to only enable stories, and the stories of beautiful philanthropists, beautiful volunteers at heart, and this clap is dedicated to every person's heart which pounds for development of government schools. Of course, thanks to Carrier, but I'm sure each one of us in this room really want our public education system to be the highest and the best. And for each one of us who are contributing to this, a real acknowledgement for you all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is another case study or story where we have enabled statewide AA education for students and teachers. So it was done through both, like Microsoft has supported, but a lot of volunteering contribution from Cognizant.
Hello everyone, my name is Dasmi Ramesh and I am an 8th grade student of Government Girls Model Higher Secondary School in Avadi, Chennai. My dad is a car driver and my mom is working in a private company. During one of the volunteering sessions with a team from USA, I saw how interested students were in learning about computers. This sparked my interest in technology. Volunteering gave me confidence and a sense of satisfaction that I am doing something good for myself and others. I recently completed a project on how to embed Google Maps using HTML and CSS. This project was inspired by my dad, who uses Google Maps every day. I wanted to learn how to use it properly. I learned how to create Google Maps using HTML and CSS code. It was a really cool experience. The TEAS program helped me develop so many new computer skills. Thank you, Microsoft and Nirman, for this skills initiative. Thank you.
You want to share about this?
It's an initiative which focuses on AI education, especially for training the trainers plus students through these trainers, through setting up of digital labs and followed by a lot of training of trainers model. So we have done in clusters across the state of Tamil Nadu. About 250 plus teachers have been trained through this initiative.
A couple of points there. In fact, when the girl was speaking, I'm sure your heart is all feeling good. I'm also inside saying, fly girl, fly. What a dreams the girls have, the children have. So while the first story, which we presented as Carrier, where we could enable Carrier to transform one school at a time, this story is a bit different. In fact, with CSR and the power of volunteering, the entire state of Tamil Nadu is taken. It's converted into 4 regions: Coimbatore, Trichy, Chennai and Madurai. And 25 schools each were taken as a 100-school project, wherein we have taught AI for educators. So, and that didn't end all. It also has an element, the story also has an element of co-CSR. And I'm sure each one of us in this room always think about this, that how two different individuals and companies come together and see. So while Microsoft funded the CSR part, very interestingly, Cognizant has given the volunteers. And that worked beautifully well as well. So here we are to clap for all those who collaborate. Because this country can't be built, any nation or any society can't be built alone with individual silos efforts, but it has to be a combined.
Yes, with this, so the next segment that we are going to enter is Keynote by Mr. Deepak Prabhu, who is CEO of Cognizant Foundation. So, I mean, there have been Mayur and me speaking about CSR and all, but how the evolution of CSR had happened and what's in it for all of us and how it's progressing. That's what we wanted during this discussion. So while we were thinking of curating these sessions for every one of us to learn more, so we first reached out to Mr. Deepak, and he immediately accepted that he will be very part of this, and he will also speak about the evolution of CSR. So we are very thankful to you, sir, on this thing. And
I would like to read out the profile as an introduction. Initially, I was thinking that why this introductions is necessary, because we are close-knitted communities. But here we are presenting on behalf of not only non-profits, but also the corporates. In corporates, Deepak is a well-known name. But however, here we are opening up to India Inc., which consists of so many of you, that is MSMEs, startups, and family businesses, and fraternity as well. So I would like to definitely introduce you. Deepak Prabhu is started as an IT professional 30 years ago and had successful stints in various IT roles in Wipro, Cognizant. His journey into development sector was sparked by an opportunity to evaluate a project proposal from an orphanage on behalf of Cognizant Foundation. His active involvement in Cognizant's volunteering program had eventually led him to become the global head of employee volunteering, inspired by the desire to make a difference wherever there is an opportunity. Deepak transitioned into CSR, from volunteering into CSR. As the CEO of Cognizant Foundation, Deepak spearheads several impactful initiatives and projects offering innovative solutions to persistent problems. I heartily welcome once more, but before that, I would like to share this with you. The Cognizant we work with 200 plus corporates, but Cognizant is one corporate where we can term as the best in terms of volunteering. And if it has happened from a third perspective, partner point of view, then definitely it's because of leaders like you, Deepak. Thank you so much. It's an honor to host you, and it's an honor to read out your introduction in an inaugural edition of this conclave that's happening. With a great round of applause, we present to you Deepak, CEO of Cognizant Foundation, to deliver the keynote address of today.
Thank you. Presentation, please. Okay. I wanted to talk about primarily about catalytic CSR, but I want to go through the evolution of CSR and arrive at catalytic CSR. So in an AI-obsessed world, the world of Ghibli images and so on, I wanted to put out this disclaimer. So it was a self-made presentation with some thinking put in over the course of the last 24 hours. I'll start off with a brief intro about Cognizant Foundation. So our ikigai is to support projects at the intersection of inclusion, technology, and collaboration. That means any project that we support has to meet one or more of these tenets. Collaboration is collaborating with NGO partners like Nirman, with government departments, with academic institutions. Inclusion means ensuring more support is provided to girls, women, children, and persons with disability. And technology means there has to be a technology component, ideally, within the program operations. Okay. What are the program themes? We have two program themes. One is Health for All, which is enhancing accessibility to quality healthcare, and Future for All, whose objective is to create a better tomorrow through education and skilling. Now, broadly, in terms of the common terminologies, we are supporting projects in three sectors, which is healthcare, education, and skilling. But then these are very vast, infinite opportunities exist over there. So we decided to channelize our energy and fund into certain specific causes, like, for example, within the Health for All program themes, we support avoidable blindness, maternal and child health, and some programs to support children with special needs. And in the Future for All, we support STEM education programs, scholarships, and tech-enabled skilling. So that's in a nutshell in terms of the Ikigai of Cognizant Foundation and the program themes that we support. Now I want to talk about the CSR hype cycle. This is drawn from the Gartner hype cycle, the concept itself. And I tried to use the Gartner hype cycle to form my own CSR hype cycle, which has an innovation trigger, and then there is a peak of inflated expectations, then there is a trough of disillusionment, then there is a slope of enlightenment, and there's a plateau of productivity. And I try to link this because Gartner publishes this whenever, and Gartner publishes periodically technology hype cycles. So they track and trace technologies that are emerging and then maturing through the curve, then falling off because the technology may not be finding widespread public adoption, but then it can pick up later as well. Maybe the technology is too early and so on. So while this is there, and I'll come to the hype cycle a bit, what happened before the trigger? And the trigger in this case is the CSR law that became effective in FY 2014, giving back to society. Pre-CSR law, giving back was something that was kind of embedded. We wanted to do something for the community. It was also based on Gandhian principles where the concept of trusteeship was there, which meant that corporates or organizations which generate profits needs to invest their profit not solely for the benefit of shareholders, but also put them in a trust for the societal benefits. And also some organizations relied on their ethical and cultural values to give back to society. So this was, I think, much of what was happening pre-2013. So the innovation trigger in this case, like I said, was the introduction of the CSR law, where it unlocked capital. So the first year of the CSR law unlocked capital worth about 10,000 crores, right? So that became available. Companies started selecting projects under the various clauses of Schedule 7. And then contracts started getting signed. Pre-2013, maybe it was on goodwill basis that, hey, I have some money, can you do something about it? Or the NGOs pitching that, I can do something, can you help? But then contracts started getting signed between the donor, in this case a corporate or a foundation, and the development sector, which is the NGO sector. So that's the innovation trigger. Then the peak of inflated expectation, that's where grant-based CSR came to the fore, right? Wherein more capital got unlocked. So the 10,000 crore annually started to become 13, 15, 25,000 crores and so on. But companies also started asking questions. Are we doing it right? Is this the right thing to do? Are we missing something? Can we do this repeatedly year on year? Of course, grants leading to projects. Okay, I have 50 lakhs, 1 crore. Can you provide a project? Now it also led to a negative situation where projects were designed based on grants available and not vice versa. There should be a cause, there should be the grants needs to be allocated, but there's somewhere organizations started telling NGO sector that I have a grant, can you design a project? Now, in cases, for example, situations like, I have a grant of 25 lakh, can you deploy a smart board in a school? Okay, some of the NGOs did that to deploy smart boards. But then nobody thought about whether the smart boards will be usable or is it just installed, forget it. So what started to happen was that there was some orphan project created or projects that were not sustainable. In the sense, nobody was thinking about some of those failures as to what is happening given my funding. Then we get into the trough of disillusionment, which is strategic CSR. Okay, there was some problem. Okay, funding is given, but don't know what is happening. Continued effect and so on. So that's where strategic CSR came into the picture. where companies thought, okay, I have a business strategy. Is there a way that I can align my business strategy to CSR and then frame a CSR strategy? So that was the strategic CSR. And in that context also, companies felt that they have a lot of human capital. Could human capital, which is the employees, partner in the CSR projects in some way to support the project? Companies started to think about outputs and outcomes. So it's not about funding and something happens, but what is an output of the project, what is the outcome of the project, sort of thing. And then some pilots started to fund. Okay, it's great to invest in a smart classroom, deploy it, provide content, train the teachers, hopefully, and so on. But also, hey, is there something else that can be done which are very innovative, which are first of a kind, which the government is not thinking of? So that was the era of the strategic CSR. I believe we should get into, or this decade is the decade of the catalytic CSR, and I'll get to it now, which is where we need to double down and focus on impact. Okay, we have now started to look at outputs and outcomes in the last decade, towards the end of the last decade. Can we then expand it to focus on impact? Take risks, something that we don't do in a CSR world, because there are compliances to meet, there are questions asked, you have to explain to the board, you have to provide some, you have to deliver some annual reports, make it look good, and so on. So that pressures are there, which is leading us to be very risk-averse. But I believe that with the experience that has been gained in the last decade of CSR, this is the decade where more risk can be taken. And also, like Mayur was mentioning about collaboration, how Microsoft collaborated with Nirman, but then Nirman then identified Cognizant as a volunteering partner. Is it possible to partner in the mission with more corporates, more organizations, particularly the government? For example, a recent one that I want to quote is, we wanted to fund a career guidance program somewhere in Karnataka. Now, we were ready to fund this program in certain districts, but using our funding or using the approval for our project, the implementing organizations reached out to other corporates and were successfully able to rope in 2 more corporates, thus covering almost 3/4 of Karnataka for the career guidance program, right? So which means that even if a teacher who's somewhere in the northwest of Karnataka gets transferred to the south or the northeast of Karnataka, carries that knowledge, so that knowledge is not lost, because teacher transfers happen periodically. That's the power of partnership and scale that we can bring in terms of catalytic CSR. I'll expand on it a little bit, but then what could be next after catalytic CSR? I put TBD, I don't know. That's for the next decade, not this decade, and question marks. So something that we need to start thinking now as to how we will run this decade and then progress to the next decade as well. But what exactly is catalytic CSR, right? Can't we continue doing what we are doing in terms of building, renovating schools, providing for smart classrooms, environment initiative, supporting healthcare institutions with equipment, training, skilling, and so on. So I truly believe that catalytic CSR is about catalyzing innovation, where the intent is not just to fund programs, but to create systemic and sustained impact. And I want to quote an example here, where I would urge you to look at creating platforms through innovation. For example, we, in the last about 4 years, supported Enable India to create, to develop a platform called Blimey, which is a digital learning platform for persons with visual impairment. Now, thanks to this platform, over the last 4 years, 65,000 persons with visual impairment have improved their digital learning, as a result of which about 64% of them have seen an increase in earnings and have been able to improve their quality of life. So that's the power of a platform, where otherwise you would have to run several digital learning platforms across so many skilling centers to enable them. Then multi-stakeholder collaborations, right? That's where it's important to collaborate with the government department, academic institutions, and partners like Nirman and many others. In fact, we have all perhaps been talking about partnering with corporates, and this is the TEALS program is a great example. The career guidance program that I am talking about has enabled the entire education department in the government of Karnataka to rally behind this initiative. Because imagine running a career guidance program for about 4 lakh students in the state of Karnataka who are studying in their 9th grade and 10th grade. You can't have so many career counselors who are on the ground delivering these sessions. So with the support of government of Karnataka, and we really went to the top to rope in the Minister of Education in the government of Karnataka to seek his support for the project. That helped us to work with the government to nominate 2 to 3 teachers across each of the high schools in the state of Karnataka, wherever we are supporting the program. And they were trained as career counselors. And the teachers are delivering the session over the last 5 months from November to March when the program started a few months ago. The teachers have delivered 5 to 7 career guidance sessions out of the roughly 20 sessions that they have to deliver over a 2-year period, right? So that's where collaborations help to drive scale and shared knowledge. And last is, thank you, last is take a deeper equity lens. What I mean to say is that more often than not, whether we have large operations in the tier 1 or tier 2 cities, like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Coimbatore, and so on, we are always influenced to look at projects closer to us because we want to have that control in some sense, have that participatory approach in some sense, enable and encourage our volunteers, the corporate volunteers to support. But then, is the need there? Where is the need the maximum? So that is the lens that we will have to take to choose our geographic and thematic focus. How? We looked at certain philanthropists that engage their capital. So some of the examples that came to our attention was how philanthropists focus on 1 or 2 specific things and not spread themselves too thin. That's something that was something that we picked up. And when they choose to pick up 1 or 2 things to go behind and support, they really do a lot of research and invest time and energy in doing research, baseline studies, that help them validate that they need to support that particular cause. So that's where I think CSR and even Cognizant Foundation needs to use data and choose to focus on some specific things so that we can drive systemic change. Collaborate, I've spoken about it enough. Measure and learn continuously. Of course, there's a baseline study. Of course, there's a midline. Of course, there's an end line. There's an impact assessment for qualifying projects. But is that sufficient? Does that allow us to measure and learn continuously? While there may be failures, we forget the failures and move forward. That should be the goal of measuring and learning continuously. Now, I'm speaking about catalytic CSR because in the past decade, corporate India has invested 210,000 crores in various initiatives. And this decade, from 2024 to 33 onwards, we'll see investment of close to 720 crores. That's about 3.5x. So we truly, with 3.5x, is it something that we continue doing how we are doing, or we move towards catalytic CSR? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. So I'll leave that thought with all of you. as to how, if you are in the strategic CSR, could you move to catalytic CSR, focus more on innovation, collaborations, focus on impact, and drive systemic change. Thank you.
I request stay back. I acknowledge the presence of Anita Sakuru, who is a VC and entrepreneur and philanthropist. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. I acknowledge the presence of our dearest Vinit Saxena, sir. Both of them are my college seniors, coincidentally. He's one of the global leader for HSBC. Sir, thank you so much for the keynote address. It has been fantastic and enriching. We would like to give a token of small gratitude. I would request our board of directors, both Prashant and Vineet, to come onto the stage and to give away a small token of gratitude to In fact, I definitely would like to thank you, sir, especially because you have definitely lifted the entire knowledge that is provided to our audience here and also in the live. Thank you so much. Now we would move on to the next keynote. Meanwhile, I think I'm told that, I have a lot of my CSR friends. Few of them I know very well, few of them my team knows. But at least the ones whom I am directly in contact, thank you, Vamshi, for traveling from Hyderabad, again from Infosys. I know he has just shown how CSR and volunteering folks run here. All of us he's just showing how 150 computers by coordinating went to Mulugu as we speak to one of the school. So it's just showing, thank you Vamshi for all that you do. Abhi, Mauli. I also heard there is Kishore who is here. He wanted to sit back. Where is he? I don't know, but welcome Kishore from Microsoft. Thank you for accepting to be on the panel. So Manoj Nagpal. I would first rather do for Deepak. I have done my professional introduction and then did the human introduction. So these days I was just talking to Malvika ma'am. In the age of artificial intelligence, what is needed? I told, ma'am, it is needed HI. Then she asked, what is HI? I said, it's heart intelligence. So, Manoj sir, an introduction for you is an honor again. Manoj sir is from very humble backgrounds. He has traveled all the way up to career path of being the managing director of OpenText India. So, your story is inspiring. We both had a personal one-to-one chat where he presented his story. I requested 3 things to give an extempore talk today. So I requested him to speak about, his story. I requested him to speak about what as an OpenText has done for tribal village adoption program, what as OpenText has done for Hope in a Cup. So what OpenText has done in general and also with Nirman. There's a 3 points that I wanted to, but we'll do. For this stage, I think we will do. 30 plus years of industry IT experience spanning across several business units and functions: sales, marketing, business development, custom application development, learning services, customer success, professional services, and general management. Lot of functions his experience spans. He led and managed APJ Professional Services as a P&L owner for several years, and also led the global practice of custom application development with teams spanning across the globe. Currently leading an approx of 1,000-member professional services COE unit in India, which is serving open text customers worldwide, and he is additionally holding the responsibility of Managing Director of Open Text India. Naturally this introduction shows he's a business leader. Sir, it's an honor to host a business leader in our conference and conclave. It very much shows if you are giving time on behalf of our board and the entire team, if you are giving time for a CSR volunteering conference, it shows how much of connect you have towards the society. With a great round of applause, we would like to invite you onto the stage. We present to you Manoj Nagpal.
So good afternoon, everyone. So Mayur, your introduction and also the expectations from me definitely prompt me to say something which I've not shared on a stage, to be honest. There have been personal, private discussions, but today I'll share something which I've never shared in a large audience like this. The word village and inclusion came to me when I was a very small child. My mother is a school teacher, was a school teacher that time, now she's retired. My father was a school teacher. And they were school teachers in a government school in villages. And we're talking about villages in Haryana. I was born in one of the villages in Haryana. And I remember two things about my family. One is that whatever earnings my family or my parents used to earn, almost 75% of that earning used to go in our education. 75% of that, no matter what. We couldn't afford a proper school if you go by the percentage, but I think he chose to send me to the best school available in that village or district. So that was one, that the importance of education my family gave for us. The number second was the community around me. Because I used to say that why this child or why this student is not sitting next to me or not sitting in the middle of all of us. And I was given very different answers. Caste is different, color is different, so many things. So that prompted me, and as a child I asked probably 10 whys at that time, why? Who dictates this? Who decides this? And believe me, I started hating God at that point of time. Why did we invent this kind of a system where somebody has to sit in one corner, they cannot eat in the same plate, or they cannot, take things from us? I mean, we have to go through some mechanism. So all those whys were there, and that was my starting towards community. But then I had very supporting parents. I had very understanding parents who actually listened to me. I have worked from the childhood with my parents, bringing up those villages, going house to house, asking for charity. Because today we have a structure around CSR. I was hearing from him, Sudeepak, that it was such a great structure we have in place. And to meet those, never-ending expectations, right? But we have a great structure. But on those days, nothing was there. We were on a mercy of asking door to door or so-called rich people, relatively rich people, whether they would like to donate. And the trust factor was missing. Because here is one family, two families, three families, school teachers coming forward and asking for charity for the sake of uplifting of the school, and people may not give. But we managed. But that was, so that's why, when I speak to Mayur, when I connect with Nirman, that just takes me back to my childhood, that we worked for villages. We worked for village adoption. We worked for upliftment of school in that family setup, in that setup. And of course, a lot has changed since then. I have traveled overseas. I have worked in Asia Pacific region for a long time. I was the first one who graduated from my English medium school in my family. So a lot has changed, of course. And again, I don't personally believe in titles, but titles came, and definitely a lot of applauds came. Wherever I go, we talk about AI, we talk about innovation, a lot of things we talk about. A lot has changed. But one thing which has not changed is the connect, and it should not change for many of you in this room. The connect I have always established with the human. No matter how many types of AI come in, agentic AI, no matter how many types of AI come in, the human connect, which one establishes from the time they are born, they pass through their childhood, their teenage, the human connect we all established, that should not never change. And for me, it has not changed. It has even deepened. And I think that's what I would request all of you to maintain, that human connect, no matter what levels and what kind of technology pace we move in. So with that different kind of introduction, I'll probably talk about, again, two programs which Mayur asked me. As a overall open text, we have a framework called Zero-In Framework. Zero-In Framework has 3 pillars. Zero barriers, no barriers. Talks about, by the word itself, zero barriers means about inclusivity. It talks about, gender diversity. We want to make sure that by 2050, we have 60% women colleagues in our company, globally. We want to make sure that 40-45% positions in leadership are there for women leaders. And this cannot happen overnight. This cannot happen through a quota system. It has to happen naturally, right? So that's why this Zero Barrier program is multi-year. Then comes the Zero Compromise program, which is basically about that whether we talk about customers, we talk about vendors, we talk about any of our association in the business world, it should be about very clean. It should not be about we are compromising our ethics to obtain business. It should not be about that. Okay, if we do this, and we have lost business many a times because of this, but that's another important segment for us. Zero compromise. And then the last one is zero footprint. We all understand the importance of global warming. We want to make sure that we have a goal of zero footprint. We reduce our carbon emissions, and also that's a third pillar in that. So that's our Zero-In Framework globally for open text. We fully adopt that in India as well. And now zooming into zero barriers, zooming into diversity and inclusion, I'll talk about 2 programs. Program number 1 is village adoption. When Mayur and the team discussed briefly about that program, it was not really a program. It was all about, can we do this for this village? Can we do this for this village? Can we do this, maybe upliftment of a school, or maybe sanitation arrangement, or supporting some very competent sports people who are not getting the right facilities. But that's where we said, why shouldn't OpenText adopt the villages? And we bring in the holistic approach to this whole initiative, where we adopt the villages, we work, and every village will be on their different maturity cycle. We can't really say that, okay, this village, all same, we equate the grant, 30 lakhs, and we get done with it. No, it doesn't work like that. Every village, some village may require 50 lakhs, some may require 20 lakhs, different grants, different programs. And the best part is the impact is actually seen real time, near real time. Maybe not keeping the technology in mind, I don't want to use the word real time, near real time, which means that we work with Nirman's team, we adopt a village, And as things are changing, we can see the impact, and we customize the program accordingly. So that was the best part of village adoption. Talking about education in village adoption, we could control dropouts. We could control dropouts through counseling. Because if we give a simple grant for school, and we basically say, this is the grant we have given, and we do not adopt the whole village, we'll not know what influence the relatives of that girl child or anybody else has, or even the male child. There could be compulsions. The poverty is so much that they want after 10th or after 8th that the male or female child should come out and do a job. They don't allow them to complete the education. So that kind of a dropout we could control through counseling, because we had adopted the village. Becomes our responsibility, it becomes our child, along with Nirman, to uplift the whole village. So definitely, a very great program. I would encourage, through this, stage, I would encourage that all of you should really seriously look into that. This is one way we can bring the nation up, as Mayur keeps talking about. And the second program I would like to talk about is around inclusion. There could be, and this is just one example, LGBTQ is just one example. There could be any portions of the community who are not getting the due attention or due recognition as they should. LGBTQ is just one example. When I first visited a cafe in Hyderabad along with Mayur, we saw a cafe is running. There is an LGBTQ couple who's running the cafe, but the challenge, it's not sustainable. It makes losses because the customers don't walk in at the rate they should, and you have rents to pay, you have other machinery in place. So not only they could not draw the fulfill the salary or the living of that employees who are employed there. In general, the cafe was not making good business. Of course, the reasons are obvious. That in that cafe, people who are coming in, footfalling, they come once, they probably have that kind of a hesitation that should we sit here, should we not sit here? What will others think about us if we sit here? Not everybody is so open about this topic of LGBTQ. And that's where I think that idea, the problem-solving approach, which I think Mayur also has common with me, we thought sitting in that cafe, why don't we open this cafe in the campus, in our own campus? We talk about let's just bring this whole campus in a whole cafe in our campus. Let the LGBTQ communities be part of our community, open text community, in the real sense. Not just giving grant and then watching from distance and letting it run and hoping it will succeed. No, let's make it successful, and let's see how our employees react to it. Let's see how our colleagues react to it. You won't believe, from the day the cafe has opened, I don't think we have had less than 500 orders per day. So, and it is fully sustainable, and we had zero reactions, negative reactions from our employees. On the day we opened this cafe, we had few employees walk up to us who actually openly said, they started raising their hands that we are also part of this community. And that acceptance was so good that we were very, very overwhelmed with the response. So once again, I would say encourage, again, every organization is different. Some of the organizations, that kind of a concept, I fully respect that. But just pick up any community, any section of the society. LGBTQ is one example. Bring it closer to the corporate and disabled, for example. I mean, you can probably, there's a cafe chain called Mitti Cafe. They probably only employ disabled. It's a very good initiative. So we should really, really do something similar, whether it is LGBTQ or disabled or something else, but we should really try and uplift the section of the society, bring them truly equal to us in a very inclusive way. So that will be my message for that second program. Now, just to end, this short keynote, I just want to personally, say that Mayur keeps complimenting many of us, and we have all heard from him. But I must say that I have learned a lot from Mayur except one thing. I don't think I can dance like him on LinkedIn. So maybe next time, but so hats off to Mayur, the way he brands, brands not just Nirman, he brands the humanity. The way he brands, the soul of community service. So hats off to Mayur. Thank you, Mayur. Thank you, everyone.
Please stay, sir. Please stay. Thank you so much. I also want to surely talk about this. These are heartful conversations, and happy to share that all the leaders here contribute not just for their business leaders, but recently not only giving the first ever Hope in a Cup opportunity inside the campus of OpenText, but also I'm happy to share in his personal capacity, gave an introduction to a corporate, and we are soon going to announce in Bangalore, we are going to start our first Hope in a Cup in a corporate campus. I just asked, sir, it's going to be in June. In finalization, it's going to be in June month, yeah. So small, Prashant and Vineet have this responsibility now to share a calling onto the stage and going. That's why. Please come, sir. Please come. Please join us, both of us, both of you. So we will do a professional introduction first, and then have so in front of his friend, Prashant Nandela. So Prashant Nandela, having lot of feathers in his cap in his illustrious career. Prashant Nandela is an IITian, for which I am not going to tell you think big about it. He's an IITian for sure. He's a global COO recently, and he's an advisor at FirstSource. Very happy, but it is not that I am really happy about being his team member. Cognizant Center Head he served as, DSHA, UBS, lot of very long-lasting and very long illustrious career. But at Nirman, we definitely call him Anna, and he's awesome individual, superhuman to have with. Recently, also in all our difficulties, he was there. He's very, very close to our hearts. And now even today, he traveled from Hyderabad, especially for the social impact and with organizations like Nirman. And we truly honor your presence wherever you are, and especially on our board. It's a privilege and honor to call you here, Anna. Please deliver your address to this Bangalore audience. I know you will keep it short, you're saying that, I know, but I think without you, this will not be complete. And by the way, he is the president of HISIA, Hyderabad Software Enterprise Association.
Thank you, Mayur. I promise.
Are we all sleeping? Are you all sleeping? That cannot be your reason for cutting short the address. If you want, I'll show you, okay? So I'll ask you, are you ready? And you'll answer like this. Oh, yes. Okay? Yeah, let's do it. Are we ready? Are we ready? Not this. One last time. Are we ready? Everyone is awake. Please deliver your address. You came all the way from...
No. Thank you, Mayur. I think illustrious talks by Deepak, who nicely transforms CSR on the Gartner hype curve. Cool innovation. And Manoj talking from the heart and how is he doing things. So, for all of us, this is not something we pick up in life. It's somewhere hidden always. We want to do something good for the community, right? It starts first with us, individual social responsibility, right? So we believe in something, we feel for something, we do as individuals. We do that because we relate to things. Our experiences from the past life, from when we were brought up, tells us that doing these things will help the society at large. So two things I wanted to bring out at this aspect is that, everybody, if you look at top 10 corporates, I think I was just reading up the research, and Deepak, you shared some numbers, close to about 5,000-6,000 crores annually or more, right? 7,000 crores, I think, is contributed by these companies for various CSR initiatives. And if you add all the corporates, all ISR, I'm assuming it's close to 100,000 crores, right? It's a reasonable budget of one state in terms of what happens, right? So I always reflect back and think, we look at money from one lens. What if all this money was focused into a few things? We could have made real impact, which is telling, compelling, and we make changes, right? Likewise, money is just one part of the story. The other part of the story is clearly volunteering, right? We have so many people who can contribute Shramdan. I call it's a big token of that's there. I remember my past organization, and some of my colleagues were here. Deepak's here as well. We invested about 6 years consistently, skilling and training people from class 8 onwards. And we were able to hire about 100 of them when they graduated back into the company. When COVID happened, these young girls took computers and UPSs to their village, and it was shocking for all of them. If you could replicate this model in about, let's say, 500 villages in one cluster and break India into 10 clusters or 20 clusters, we would have made an impact clearly, right? So I think my message to Mayur and the rest of the team, I'm sure we'll discuss at board, is also how can we partner with just not one NGO, but multiple NGOs together and focus on few initiatives that we double dip and actually create value through which we can create impact. We spoke about impact a lot. Impact is about making a difference to lives and societies. I think that's when we actually break the divide and create a very, very homogeneous society. It will take years for us to achieve this, but we should have the vision that we want to create a homogeneous society where everybody else has an equal chance to compete, equal chance to be at the seat of the table. Otherwise, we'll all be creating disparities in life. And when you create disparities, if they become extreme, there's going to be anarchy, there's going to be unhappiness, there's going to be war, so many other things, right? We don't see that today. But a root cause of so many things that happen today is because of disparities that we create across different clusters of people, societies, regions, and stuff. So I think we're all here. I think we should do our bit to make sure that we are working together as one team. We spoke about Microsoft, Cognizant working together, but there's a lot more that we can do. And one effort that we are doing in Hyderabad is that we wanted to bring in, I'm talking it from my HICIA membership, HICIA president hat, is that we're creating an exchange called Impact Hub, where we want to put the work that all NGOs do onto one platform. Then we're trying to build an AI solution that can prioritize and group these solutions into clusters, where organizations can come there and look up and say, I want to work on this cluster and this initiative. Maybe some initiatives may not work, but at least you're able to focus a little bit and drive meaningful impact in some of those initiatives, right? So that's one thing that I think we should think about. And my only thing to Nirman, I think, with what we do today, we should be an Uber NGO. We aggregate multiple NGOs together
whatever capacity. In some people, in some cases, you are the primary, somebody else is the secondary. In some cases, you are the primary, you are the secondary, somebody else is the primary. Doesn't matter. But as long as we create this consortium that we can all work together to create impact, I think we would have made telling change. I think, this room, we've heard a lot of good case studies. I think I was personally there in Mulugu and the Willard adoption programs that you run in Open Text. I think it's appalling. If you really go visit that place, there are bamboo sticks with mud that houses are made up of, open sanitation, water flows all around, no electricity, obviously. They sort of cultivate on the foothills, not their land, obviously government land that they spend. If they don't sleep, if the men don't sleep on the foothills, then some bandicoots or something will come and sort of take away all the produce that they've done. It's terrific. It's terrible, right? And think about how we can get them into some inclusive state where, they can get some meaningful impact, live safely, have good sanitation, provide money for kids to sort of study. And then comes, how can we, if people are artistic in nature, how do we help them? If there are some entrepreneurial people in that, how do we give them some capital so that they can do a small shop in one corner and make some money? All of this, I think, goes into the village adoption program. But if we can sort of pick up these really remote villages and improve the caliber of people, I think one lens is they become more aware with all of this effort. They become more hungry when they see that their lives are transforming. And they become more aspirational eventually. So that, when all of this come to them, awareness, hungry, aspiration, and they taste blood, they also want to be successful, right? The big part of why a lot of these common programs don't work is they don't create that hunger. They throw money and then you see that they spend so much of money, then after 1 year or 2 years, no impact is seen. So once you build this culture, they will be more inclusive and hopefully they'll be given a platform to come back into society and contribute. So, I'm here. Thank you for having me here. I think all of us are passionate volunteers, passionate folks here, and a little bit that we can do as corporates, as individuals, can go a long way in making a better India for tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So I want to tell you this to all of you, Anita ma'am, Prashant sir, Deepak sir, Vineet sir, Manoj sir, Vamshi, Abhi, Kishore, and everyone, right? So Rutuja, Mauli and everyone. So I just want to share this, that why we love leaders like Prashant is, for the next 10 years, he told me once in the boardroom that he would like to commit 10% of his time for social impact. Right? And he said, I want to spend my time to scale up non-profits like Nirman and to spend my money as well to scale up social enterprises impact. So that's the human interaction part of it. Thank you so much. I think we are launching Bangalore for the first time. That's what I told Deepak and Manoj as well. We're launching Bangalore for the first time, and with both of our board of directors and with all of you, it's been fantastic. Now what's next, Nikhil?
So now we have a quite interesting panel discussion. So it's on the impact hiring, but through CSR lens, where we have delegates or representation from very senior CSR professionals like from Bosch, from Microsoft, from Qualcomm, from CGI, and this would be moderated by our board of director, Mr. Vineet. So I request Vineet to come onto the stage first.
Post the panel, we have keynotes from Vamshi from Infosys and also our own Anita Sakuru on women empowerment as well. So thank you so much, Vineet sir, for accepting to be the moderator for this session.
So I request Kishore from Microsoft to join, Mr. Abhi, Chandramouli and Surendran. Abhi from Qualcomm, Chandramouli from Bosch and Surendran from CGI.
Thank you. I'll introduce our panel in just a minute, but I thought I'd just start off by a little reflection. It may have been about 10 years back that I saw this documentary. The opening shot is of a 11-year-old Japanese kid. And the camera kind of pulls back slowly. And then you see he's the only child in the classroom. And once he graduates that elementary school, there's no other child in that town. And that elementary school has to shut down. Now, most of you would have heard of the concept of a human pyramid, where you have a demographic status, how many people are between the ages of 0 to 15, 15 to 35, 35 to 50, 50 to 65, and so on and so forth. Now, in countries like Japan, what we have is an inverted pyramid, like a V-shaped pyramid. And it's particularly true, yes, in Japan, but also true in many Western European countries. It's certainly true in China, where you have the one-child policy. So you have the one child with the two parents, with the four grandparents, so you can see how that pyramid kind of goes that way. And that's the demographic reality of a number of countries, especially the traditionally affluent countries in the world. Now you come to India, and we have a slightly different reality. Our pyramid looks somewhat like me with a big middle. Okay, you can hear me now? Yeah, okay. So India has it's a unique time for us in India, where if you look at our 15 to 35 demographic, it is huge, right? And therefore, with it, there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity. Discussion with this panel is all about that. I don't know the gentlemen on the stage individually, but I've had a chance to read their bios, and if anybody can answer this question for you today, it's going to be this panel here. So very quickly, and I'll probably mess up the order. Mr. Kishore from Microsoft, yeah? What I was really intrigued by is you've deployed over 100 programs in AI and skilling. Thank you. Mr. Molly Bosch. I also see you are into sustainable development. So the heart of everything we would want to do. Fantastic. Mr. Babu from Qualcomm. I see you have an interest in evidence-based CSR. So we measure everything we do and the outcomes that come at the back of it. And it's so central to everything we do. And Mr. Sudarshan Krishnan from CGI. Yeah? Welcome. And interestingly, you're also a co-founder of something called the Volunteers, and you try and encourage civic participation in volunteerism. So fantastic. Well, thank you all very much. Welcome to the session. I will shoot some questions at some of you. I will request that the answers be somewhat short, and I apologize in advance if I interrupt you in the process. Yeah. Let me start with just an overall question to the panel in any order, whichever wants to go, just to set the theme of today, which is when we talk about impact hiring, right? And it's in our theme today. When we talk about impact hiring in your organization's context, why is it more relevant today than ever before? Can I just get some thoughts on that, please?
Yeah, I think thanks, Nate, for that. I think impact hiring is a concept which has been lately added for many of the companies, but some of the companies have also taken that up part of their hiring process. But one observation that I had recently from Qualcomm, I've seen that is impact hiring has become long-term hiring. So the individuals which are getting hired through this drives are coming from a very value-based work culture. So that work culture that they're bringing in the company is something, it's coming with a purpose-driven. They are bringing in values that is adding more mission-focused or more focused towards a goal that the work is getting enhanced in the work culture. So that leadership in the company is something appreciating of it. So that's something I think I can define impact hiring as one go.
I think from my side, what I would want to share is,
impact hiring has evolved more from at an individual organization level to more of an industry level at this juncture. Like what I see being an Microsoft CSR professional working with, let's say, 7 million youth per year, for me, impact hiring is no more for one specific organization to say what would I gain by doing this. It's more like at an holistic level. Let's say, how do you enhance women participation in IT sector from wherever it is 24 to whatever 36, 45, how you want. Or let's say even in my core domain, that is AI, where they were some 6% to make them reach some 14%, 21% year on year. So my opinion is impact hiring shall be now more industry phenomenon where I feel almost all the organizations are convinced on the benefit it brings to the table, let it be attrition or whatever. I think it is more broader than at an organization level and focused on the specific audience whom you want to impact on and what type of industry level change you want to create for them.
And therefore get the scale advantage that we talked about some time back. Lovely, thank you. More comments?
Yeah. When we talk about impact hiring, first thing that comes in my mind is it's not about recruitment or it's not about the selection. It all starts from the culture and the nature of the organization. From there, we just go on to define the job description, the expectation that's set, and then an organization that is ready when a candidate comes in, or maybe people being hired, are we setting the entire journey for oneself? That's where it all begins. Otherwise, if you look at, especially some of our colleagues on the panel spoke, that there could be attrition. Why does it happen? Even the best of the best talent just live in very quick time. It's not that aren't we capable to hold them, or don't we have the good job that can fit them? Definitely not. It's a whole plan. The fitment of the person is something of candidate is which is missing. Is somewhere it leads to these kind of gaps there. Impact hiring is essential and it's relevant now. And as an organization, we should always check the candidate is in the right fitment with the culture and the nature of the organization, and through which we can sustain them for as long as the candidate is willing to contribute.
Thank you. I love the fact that you bring up culture into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so impact hiring for us means creating path for people who aspire to come into a place where they have been either longing for or to create something to break the barrier where they were and bring more behind them. And while Kishore said the industry has accepted, yes, the industry has accepted, but how do we bring that to a more meaningful point of hiring than to keep it only numbers? So can we think from an angle of why it is more relevant now is we will have to go beyond the numbers to have it more barrier breaking for the people who are entering in the workforce, not just IT, but whichever workforce that they are entering, can they bring in more people behind them so that there is an equal opportunity?
So it's a virtuous circle that you create, and we did hear the concept of zero barrier earlier today as well, so that's terrific. Thank you for reinforcing that. Okay, let's go to a specific question. I'll start with you, Mr. Kishore, and your work in digital skilling. How do you and Microsoft, how do you in particular ensure that these efforts reach the underrepresented communities? And how do you measure the impact at the back of it and ensure that there's employment?
Sure. I think over the years, like let it be any skilling. It's like currently our focus is more on AI skilling, artificial intelligence skilling. That's our focus since 2025 till 2030. That's our 5-year horizon. We want to kind of focus on AI skilling. Might be before that it's cyber and sustainability skilling. Might be before that it was only digital skilling. But what I'm trying to emphasize here is irrespective of what shall be our focus and what we want to skill, I think we always follow one skilling framework to achieve it. So we always say there are 5 different layers that we need to do in skilling. Let it be any skilling, it at small numbers so that it reaches to everyone and make sure everyone gets that skill. That's my first layer for me. Second is always productivity. So once you have awareness, once you have the fluency, I want you to use it to be more productive. use it and then do well. This normally I would do programs with non-profits. I would kind of deliver programs with some focus on outcomes. And when I deliver this work, I will always make sure I build tools that will enable them to be productive. Means I will give access to those tools. So that's my second layer. Third layer is once you have access to tools, you are productive, you are doing well, then I would focus on enabling careers, opportunities, economic opportunities, all those aspects I will try to do. This I will mostly do in higher education, academia, and what to say, closed ecosystem where I am able to train people for 400 hours, 300 hours, enable them with jobs, careers, economic opportunity, take them to research and innovation, all those aspects. That's my third layer for me. When you have done these three, then I would focus more on this pillars who has to do this. I try to build their capacity. That's like government officials, non-profits, anyone who is supposed to get it done, educators. So that's my fourth layer, build the capacity of anyone who is supposed to bring this change. And my fifth layer is, once you have done this four, then you kind of encourage innovation so that more and more things funnel into these four layers so that more people can do innovation, more tools are available for adoption, more people will learn on getting the awareness, etc. So finally, it's like you can apply it for digital skill, AI skill, any skill. This is my simple framework of 5 layers, and I try to kind of apply it across and then devise programs accordingly. I think this is what
that's
we
a
do.
beautiful framework, and what I really like about it is you can kind of almost look at each layer independently while you look at the whole system collectively at the same time and the flow through it. So very, very interesting. Let me just open up to the rest of you. How do you think of skilling within your context? Any thoughts to add? I mean, that framework is hard to beat.
I know the framework is hard to beat. But yeah, I think at Qualcomm, I can share a few examples. I think all of the companies, most of the companies has their own talent acquisition team or the HR team that drives different skilling opportunities within the ecosystem, the staff ecosystem. But I think some of them which stands out among the young talents at Qualcomm and which keeps, I keep hearing about when the new joining hires or even the new joining gets into those 1 year or 2 year stride. Few things are that, one, they get open discussion with the leadership. So maybe if it is 1 year down, 2 year down the journey at the company, the leadership asks them like, what next? What do you want to do next? What next? In terms of not the role or new task or new activities, but what do you want to do in your career? So that discussion starts with the from the leadership. So that's like a motivation for the employee or the particular individual to look at, okay, think about it. What personally I do want to achieve in my next 5 years. So that becomes very open-ended culture for in the company. I think second post that the supplement for that is giving the right set of opportunity through education, which Kishore also said. So what capacity we can build for them, and that happens like the person can go and pursue any course, any maybe graduation, post-graduation, or 1 year course. Online, offline, they can do this, and entire course is being supported by the company, and that gets added to the basically their credential without even knowing that whether it's going to add value to the company or no. So that kind of opportunity will set a context to that. And I think third is a transition, an internal transition that also helps us. Maybe if I see that, okay, there's a new product which is coming in, and the individual would like to know or learn about the product, new product, or maybe if I would like to contribute that, I can speak to my manager, and I think that conversation I can initiate, saying that how do I go about it in transitioning to a different department. I think these are something young talents, our young minds are kind of looking up to, because they don't want to be there in that place for very long. They really want to move faster than all of us, I think. So that's something I can say a few examples, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anything to add? No? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Interestingly, when I heard both of them to share about the skilling part of it, how important is it? In an organization where we tend to get in people, it's important to ensure there's a continuous learning for people. Because if we look at the learning curve, the first 2 to 3 years, it is high, and after it's stagnant. And it is reminded of people only when they feel I have not grown enough for the last 2 years, or maybe if I have to move up the ladder, I need to learn something. It is force-fitted. That doesn't come naturally. If an organization brings the culture of continuous learning into its culture and just strongly remind them of and provide regular opportunity through different aspects. So most of the organization now done away with ratings. Now they're getting into development conversations, the development dialogues, when you get in and you were able to prepare an IDPs, like individual development plans, and there you have these things put up an action plan and just have a quick check. So then people don't have to realize, okay, when do I have done my last certification, or when do I have sat in a classroom? I don't remember. If that thought is just taken off and it just tend to be consistent, I'm sure the skilling tend to happen
I think
in the
that's great.
organization.
I think it's great. I think the joy of learning and kind of the growth that comes with it is just absolutely central to anything that we can do. Yeah.
Another point to add there, today in the whole employment journey, or a person when they have a career journey, the midlife crisis is something is hitting really hard.
Yeah.
The person who's having a decade of experience, somewhere between 10 to 15 or 10 to 18 years of experience, considering they would spend 30 years in an organization, 30, 35 years, they tend to remain stagnant. And then I've seen people switching of roles from one into another. Mostly it's not by choice, it's just they didn't have an option.
Okay.
So that is really tough. So when you don't have a heart at work, definitely it comes with a lot of difficulty.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to change topics a little and go to you, Mr. Moli. We heard about Hope in a Cup earlier. We also heard about cafes with disabilities. And I'm aware now that Bosch has done a lot of work with disabilities. What can you share about the work you've done that might be of help to some of the other companies here?
Sure. Working with disability is not easy. One has to experience what people are struggling, what are the challenges they have. Only then we could be able to fulfill and to provide to the needs of them. First thing, that empathy we're talking about. Because if I don't stand in the shoes of the others, and then if I had to only provide solutions standing the other side, it definitely doesn't meet the requirement. Another realization, if I have to think of persons with disability, it's not that we have to show pity and provide us basic skills. For example, whenever I think of a person with disability, I should be able to provide a meager job. Let's say a data entry job, or maybe somebody who's sitting in a cashier in a retail counter, or maybe provide them a skilling that they can learn in like 1 month or 2 months, and then later, if they get 10,000 or 15,000, and it will be good for them to go on. No, that's not it. We have an amazing talent with persons with disability who can actually run an organization, who can build organization for that matter, who can bring transformation, revolutionary changes across the nation and global. We have seen it, people. We have seen in it. So if we can identify that potential in each one of them, and if we can just see that in each one of them and design a program and take it there, then it works. So we have seen people working with an organization who are driving such institutions, and their visions have come to reality, where we have, foundations like ISTEM Foundation, we have Karthik Soni, and he's visually impaired. But yet he drives to bring changes in the whole community of VI, the visually impaired community. We are working with Vision Empowerment, where Vidya, the co-founder, and she wants to bring in to ensure that assistive tech reaches to every single person, to the last mile. Okay. So the lot of changes that we're trying to bring in this current challenging world to ensure the persons with disability don't struggle. And they don't have to compromise saying that, okay, just because I don't have this, and I have to limit only here. No, they can aspire big. And now we are just working with Vision Empower to, we have the amazing 30, that we have chosen 30 persons with disability to reach to the potential to set example. Today we hardly pick 1, 2, 3, that's it, not beyond that. But we want them to reach to their aspirations and see through that the people after follow the trail or set a new trail, keeping them as aspirations. All the programs, structuring, everything comes easy. There are programs that lift and shift, we can continue to do it. But the people who are involved in designing it has to have a heart and empathize and think if a person with disability is that we need to help, that they had to look at the fullest potential that they can reach to any heights. No limitation in the lines of revenue generation, nothing as such. And they should be able to overcome, if they're in the poverty, if they should be able to elevate poverty irrespective of whatever disability they come with.
No, thank you, and I appreciate the passion behind the sentiment. I had a great, almost life-changing experience last month. My younger child actually works in providing sports access to people with disabilities. And I spent a weekend with his events where there were events like blind soccer, wheelchair basketball, and just the amount of joy and camaraderie that you can bring out was just absolutely awe-inspiring. So thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it. Anybody want to add anything to the comments?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Molly. Continuing with that, can I have a show of hands from the audience? How many of you are from the HR background? Big? Okay. And keep it up if you are from a corporate background. Okay. Good. And how many of you from the HR background have interviewed persons with disabilities? And if you have hired them? Okay. Thank you. So, impact hiring, I would say, while the company will have its own framework to have people, I would say the ground people who are working have a lot of potential to influence in impact hiring. So do not always think that while it is also relevant for the CSR programs that we do, while there is company which has its own framework to work on things, but if the person who is on field, who can take up things and see how can you influence the company to change for it. So impact hiring, either with people with disabilities or women or anyone for that matter, if you at the entry or the start level of exposing the company to the world in bringing people, that would make a lot of difference. We're adding to your point of how can we change or have the impact hiring.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Change gears slightly and go to Mr. Babu, Qualcomm. Company, obviously a very, very advanced tech company. How are you contributing through technology interventions and participating with organizations like Nirman? Can you throw some light on that, please?
Sure. I think, yeah, I'll just maybe focus on the inclusiveness that you shared and maybe the grassroots initiatives. So I think we keep it very open and simple. That's the first policy. We don't make it very hard. So starting maybe just giving few examples, how does it start? Like one is like at internship for the college grads. So irrespective of the person being at the first year of the graduation or the final year of the graduation or pursuing any certificate course, we are open for any interns to just come in, get exposed to the corporate culture and be part of Qualcomm for duration of 3 months to 6 months, and they are getting paid for that in terms of as good as a new engineer in the company or something. So that's one that we have seen the good traction among the young minds. Second is we have also seen one of the platform that we run in colleges that we do is called design challenges. So we open a problem statement in colleges, irrespective of engineering or medical field. We look at health and other aspect as well, where we look at we throw up problem statement where we look at ideas from the students and we bring that ideas along with the individual students to get exposed to interact with our engineers, our expert team, get exposed to the lab, and they take a product back for their enterprises or maybe their project or something. So that exposure, I think that becomes crucial for them to just enhance their initial journey. I think other one at the school level, we do STEM intervention that we kind of work. One of them, we do it worldwide, is called First Think Habit Lab or First Robotics. We look at robotic competition at the international standards where students can get exposed from government school to with some mentoring, getting mentoring from different engineers, and also they get exposed to different standards. How do they can get into robotics and AI and other fields that help them get exposed at a very early age. And last thing I can just add is we have a separate academy itself. So Qualcomm Academy, where we give short-term to long-term courses in AI, ML, any recent thing, get exposure to 5G or any new technology that we are working into wireless. So we give it for free. The certification is for free, and that gets added advantage when they go out of the career. So I think, as a nutshell, it's giving them as much as exposure from an early grade or early different section of the beneficiary, maybe different section of the age grade. We kind of touch that and we make sure that exposure, as much as we are doing in our business field, we expose that to the students at early grade. Yeah, that helps.
No, thank you. Thank you. Let me broaden that response from you. and ask you a slight follow-up to that. So the same kind of an approach you talked about, do you have to do something different for students or candidates from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, or even Tier 2, Tier 3 colleges? Do you have to adapt that in any way? And I'll broaden that question to all of you as well. So if you wouldn't mind continuing with that.
Sure. I think Manoj, he mentioned that we need to, it's not about village, we need to keep it inclusive. So we don't consider that as a tier 2, tier 3 as a category or the selection criteria. So I think internally also Suren just touched about that fearfulness among the HR or maybe we can say that prejudices among the team, we should avoid it. We should advocate for that among the leadership. I think that would be the first step. And if we can also look at more campus outreach to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, colleges at the tier 2, tier 3 cities, because they are doing at par or maybe they are doing more than what colleges are doing in Bangalore or Mumbai or Hyderabad. So as much as exposure to them, getting them to see our companies and then helping them, that is something will help those students for sure. And I think that one last thing I can say is that we have seen from our CSR experience is that supporting families, because the family of a rural youth or a woman from village or something, they get too much pressure to just reach, okay, this is one of the known college in that village or in their district, you can study in there. But I think we need to bring awareness, to sensitize them, how they can scale more, they can go more beyond their boundaries, how they can go out of the state. I think those kind of intervention at a family or at a community level will also help us.
No, fair, because there aren't enough role models. So you need to be able to bring that very clearly into that system. So thank you. Anything to add, guys?
Yeah, I can add. For us, I think let it be tier 1, 2, 3. I think the potential, is all the same. We believe that the potential remains the same irrespective of whichever tier they come from. I think our overall approach is fix the problem that exists in the ecosystem that will make them to have access to it. In the sense, let it be at tier 1 college, there is a youth who is undergoing studies, he has access to everything. Might be there is something else that needs to be fixed for them. There is tier 2, might be there is lack of exposure, or there is lack of system, or there is lack of opportunities. So my opinion is, look at all the levels, look at all the tiers, and then kind of see what is the audience and what do you want to achieve for them. And in this holistic ecosystem, what is that you as an organization need to fix for specific systems to bring it to the levels. So I think we keep it as simple as it, and within those frameworks, we try to kind of
I love you and frameworks. You just operate completely on frameworks.
Engineer by nature.
Thank you. Anything to add, guys?
Yeah. So when we talk about the talents from the tier 2, tier 3 cities, the talent from tier 2, tier 3, it is great, no doubt about it. When they come in right here, it becomes difficult for them to handle the ecosystem, be it an interaction with the HR, or it could be with the managers, or even with the colleagues. So they take more time to adapt to the environment. Sometimes, as soon as they come in, they'll have constant calls with their parents or with their family members to say that this is what is happening, I don't feel confident, I feel scared. There's a lot of things that keeps going. But the other side, all they can do is only they can console them and just try to speak some words of motivation. Have they gone through the experience of one such so that they can tell them how to handle the situation? Definitely not. But in the organization, when those who come in there, it's ideal to have a mentor, the mentorship program as one such that who could come in, identify and then put them at ease. Is something that would help, one. Another, while the tier 2, tier 3 cities, when they come in, they shouldn't be moving out of distress, so-called migration, or maybe they would start moving out because of some kind of pressure, or maybe they come out to do something from nowhere. When the ideas, and as well as the dreams, are not to the realistic, when they come in, there are high possibilities once they come in, they're unable to handle sometimes even the success, or it could be the pressure in itself. Sometimes they get it too much successful. There are a lot of distraction in the cities, just like in tier 2 and tier 3. We have seen people performing really high for the first 1-2 years. After that, they would be into PAPs there. We have seen that, and people just, we have seen them leaving jobs and just left with nothing. So for which to not to just let the potential go in drain. It's ideal to have a mentor, and to constantly have a check on these talents is very important.
That's fair. That's entirely fair.
Adding to that, see, skilling, when we talk about skilling more, it's about technical. How do we teach the tech knowledge for the tier 2 and tier 3? But we should also see skilling from a perspective of how do they come. Okay, you bring them from there, training them on tech, but when they come here, they are not able to accommodate in the environment. So how do we break that? So the skilling should also have this work readiness program and the life skills that they are trying to cope with the environment that they are entering into. So one of it is every month we have a work readiness program where we bring in from partners like Nirman and other partners of students who have not got exposure to corporate or just entering the corporate world. Leave about all your tech part, but can you just come here, see the environment, talk to people? How do you get comfort yourself when you are entering and coming for the interview? So that could be one thing which the corporates can take up on, not only focusing on the tech skills, but can we focus on how do we make them comfortable when we are bringing them out of it? Else it's better to keep them there only and not bring them here. That's another point of skilling, of how do we keep them there itself and skill them.
No, thank you. And let me broaden that question back. Now beyond tier 2, tier 3, including tier 1, everybody. Because skilling we often think about as technical skilling. And I think what you're starting to touch on is life skilling. You're starting to touch on soft skilling. How are you guys thinking about the broader aspect beyond technical skills in terms of what you want to do for people you want to bring in?
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yes, sure. I feel we are giving more emphasis on technical skills, which is not necessary, because tech skills broadly will keep changing. Might be it was calculator in 1980, it was computer in 1990, might be it is artificial intelligence today, quantum computing tomorrow, something else day after tomorrow. So my opinion is the core essence of skilling still remains with the basic necessary skills that is needed to be there for workforce, especially aspects around your, logical thinking and other aspects, and even your workforce essential skills, communication. I think that still holds the highest preference among all.
And don't forget Mayur's guidance on heart intelligence.
Absolutely. So I just want to kind of add it in such a way that tech skills will keep evolving.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the way in which we teach them or the way in which we make them as industry relevant, industry ready, everything is fine. I think the quantum, everything can be varied, but the core essential skills which are determining employability will always be the essence, and we should just keep focusing on them.
Good, thank you. And Mr. Surendra, I'll come to you in just a second. But the audience, if you have any questions, I can also open this up to you, to the panel. So if you have any questions, do think about it. I'll just pop a question to Mr. Surendra and then come to you. So back to CGI, and we are aware that you have an amazing DEI program that's a global program. How do you adapt it to the Indian conditions? What do you do?
See, while we have the global program that's running, we want to keep it more hyper-local. While we have something for Bangalore, something for Chennai, something for Hyderabad too. Templates, but we don't want to generalize it and keep it from either from a hiring point of view or from a skilling point of view. We do run programs in Hyderabad, skilling on a different aspect, and we do run program in Karnataka on skilling on different aspect. So we want to keep it on a more local, need specific, which is also relevant for the communities and which is also relevant for the companies. While we talk about India as a whole, there is a difference when there are people hired in Hyderabad to people hired in Bangalore to Chennai. So how do we skill them accordingly to be part of the environment is what we look at more than a global perspective.
Okay. Anything to add, panel? No? Okay. Nikhil, I've lost track of time. I'm a bad moderator. But audience, is there any questions? Yes, there's a question right next to the camera. Somebody, can we run a microphone over? Oh, you want to come up?
In the midst of knowledge about corporates, but not much aware of AI.
It's open for everyone actually. In fact, school grads also it's open for. So yeah, it's just that they need to commit for certain hours, maybe per week over the duration of the course. But yeah, it's open, and the certification is also free of cost for that. Yeah.
Okay, sir. And my second question is, sir, I have just had an opportunity to attend a conference which was conducted by Qualcomm.
Can you speak up a little? Sorry.
That Qualcomm is basically into semiconductors, and now from 5G it is being going to 6G. So, what CSR role is Qualcomm playing? Because as we see, Vietnam was the huge manufacturer of semiconductors. So, what resulted was a lot of water gone. Vietnam was having scarcity of water because of semiconductors. So what is the CSR which Qualcomm is doing to eradicate this issue?
So I think I'll not go very
Don't
geopolitical issues on it. But yeah, we are not manufacturing semiconductor. We are only designer. So we design the chips, and I think we look at locally. As you said, the unit which would have made the water issues in Vietnam, we are looking here what we have issues in our Bangalore or our Hyderabad or Chennai where our offices are. And I think we are focused from a CSR perspective. Our pillars are STEM education because we are aligned to technology, and we would like more STEM candidates to come up and join IT companies like Qualcomm, Microsoft, or any big companies. So that's where we work with purely on the government schools. We enable the STEM infrastructure at the government schools. Disability is the second pillar that we look at, and because we feel that that's a segment that it's a more downtrodden or there is less investment into from a CSR perspective, we thought. So that's where we are looking into. So yeah, we keep it very locally, and we look at the basic need around us and with the stakeholders that we work, because we have to look at government partnerships. We have to look at the local level of stakeholders. So that's how we kind of look at the needs and then plan interventions.
Thank you. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add, so it's not just Qualcomm to be targeted as such, but I would see every one of us are contributing equally in one way or the other to harm the environment, to be open about, not only companies, to an extent individuals also. So at CSR as a collective, I would like to tell that we are definitely trying to do our best to what could be beneficial for the environment. From the corporate angle, while there are different opinions from the other side on how corporate handles the CSR, but only when you see from the other side you would know how difficult it is also to take up initiatives and programs. But definitely from the CSR, there are best happening to make sure that we are environment friendly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the challenge. Any other questions from the audience? Going to count till 3. Okay, 3. Let me come back to you. So, if there is one thing you could change, one thing about the current skilling ecosystem in the country, what would you change? I give you the power. Yeah, this is the magical one.
I think the one thing which I would always want to emphasize is rather than like we have multiple variants or ways in which we do skilling for different audiences, but at the end of the day, landing the economic opportunity or linking them to job is the final outcome which it leads to. So there is only a handful number of people who start from back and then get this skilling done. And majority of the programs end up training people and then making them go for multiple skilling, upskilling, reskilling to finally land that economic opportunity. So if skilling will always start from the final outcome to map with the learners and then make it zero,
Back to
nothing
your
better than
dynamic framework. Anything to add, guys?
I think maybe I'll just take an example. Last week we had the Vinyam port in Kerala that was inaugurated by PM Modi, and there was an article again that the port, irrespective of the company, Adani is running that, but they didn't start that. But the port itself had plans. With due respect for all the protests that happened, considering the environmental challenges, bringing in the largest port, the port which can carry, accommodate a largest vessel in the country, so in the globe. So maybe they started 1 year back in terms of how they can use the fishermen to be part of the employment that they can be part of it. So I think the fisherman community itself appreciated that, saying that initially we were against it, but then we see that the women are are trained 1 year back, and now they are operating the crane in the vessels, are operating the machines in the vessels. So that's something different to see. They have a timing to go and come back home and see the family. I think that's something really changed. So maybe that one example, I can say that every company, if we can just start up one center, I think many other companies are doing that. One skilling center operating or teaching how the business work, how their company's business work, or how are the different operations that are part of the business, and how can employment come in from there. It may not be through CSR. It can, I think there are a lot of compliance issue, but then we can look at it if those individuals can be trained, or we can give exposure irrespective we get the company employs them or no. I think if that kind of centers are set up in each of the geography that the company is located, maybe that can create a good impact in scaling.
Okay, thank you. Nikhil came and whispered in my ear that we've run out of time. I will take the power of the mic and grant you guys one more wish. So you have 1 crore each. Where would you spend it? And this will be the last question. So.
So 1 crore if it's on skilling.
Yeah. It's not for you to line your pockets. No.
Okay. Yeah, definitely it will be on the green jobs and green skilling, which is the current need, I would say, and also the upcoming future need. So green skilling and green thinking is what my investment would be.
Maybe I would focus more on inclusive access for skilling.
Sorry, say that again?
Inclusive and equitable access for skilling. Like whatever challenges exist, I would try to go and solve more of them.
Okay, thank you.
I would rather focus on systemic change of the whole idea of skilling what we currently have. There has to be changes that should be brought in. The structure, the kind of programs that's been said, the way it is driven has to get changed. So just 1 crore, probably a prototype can be set in order to say that could be emulated across the nation.
Okay, thank you.
I think I've added one point in the previous question itself, setting up center, but then with Nirman also we are doing this Career Sathi program, and every year we are training around 1,000 persons with disability in last 3 years, but we are also pushing Nirman for that. How do we scale that? So it is going to be, maybe I'll emphasize that industry specific. It can be more industry, where the centers are, where the job demands are, where the market are growing, where the skills requirement are coming in. I think we have a structure, NSDC, Skill in the Mission, all of that, just empowering the structure and just running that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please join me in giving the panel a thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
I request everyone to stay on the dais.
That's Vineet for you. Vineet, my senior, please stay for a minute. So Vineet is our senior at our college, BITS Pilani. And from the time he has come, Deepak and Manoj and Anita, from the time he has come and started associating, the only point that he asks is, what value I can add? And an entire association has been value creation and adding the value. Sir has been 20 plus years into HSBC. He heads the global, he's one of the global leader of HSBC. But the simplicity with which he has offered
to be the moderator today. For all our young CSR leaders, this is awesome, sir. This clap is for you. For the kind of experience you have, Nirman feels it an honor, and all 4 of our friends feels it an honor that they are moderated by a person like you, sir. This is, I'm serious, I'm genuine about it. The value I just checked with Manoj, Deepak and everyone, the value this panel created, this is fantastic panel. The inaugural session, this panel has created a lot of good things, and thank you so much. I just want to share, I'll share 5 quick things about the people who is, each of them have the story, right? I'll first start with Rutuja. Just be seated. I don't want to make you stand, but wherever comfortable, right? So AMD is present here. I mean, Rutuja, with AMD we have been enabling 49 STEM labs across the country, both in Karnataka and Telangana. I want to share this. So from the government schools itself, we are encouraging the STEM and skilling program in both Bangalore and Delhi. With Kishore, Microsoft, I would like to share with this to live audience and also audience here. We are enabling AA for educators and AA for skilling. Thank you, Microsoft, for... and then with Bosch, we are working with persons with disabilities and children with special needs, Bhavita centers, and lot of volunteering with Bosch. Bosch has been a fantastic partner for us, and we have been enabling CGI, city beautification, and also disaster response, and several other projects. Surendran, thank you. Last but not the least, Abhi from Qualcomm, fantastic partner as well. We work on persons with disability skill development and also girl-child education. These are the 2 things that we do it as large scale. Qualcomm. So it's an honor on behalf of our board, Prashant, Vineet. I think Prashant now has to rush. It is 8 p.m. flight. Please come, sir. Talk to you. So we will just give away and close with 2 short notes, and there's a speaker's launch as well. Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'll also request Jaipavan, Sai, Sana to join. Padma Priya, Narmada, Saujanya, Anuradha ma'am, Ramarao, Madhuri, and Himashri onto the dais.
I would like to request our Manoj, Deepak, Anita ma'am. Prashant is going for 8 p.m. flight, so I just don't want to miss that picture with all of you together. Rutuja, please join on the stage. We will. Vamshi, please come. We'll have a group picture. Yeah. Prem, please join the stage. So we'll continue with the conversation. We have two addresses from Vamshi Mutyapu from Infosys and also Anita Sakuru. And then we'll have a speaker's launch to have a conversation. I request everyone to settle down. Thank you so much for all the guests. Please settle down so that we can have the last 3-point agenda of today.
Request Rutuja also to.
Okay, I heartfully invite Vamshi onto the stage. Vamshi has been a pro bono leadership council, so we would like to set up one such here as well in Bangalore. I would like to share with Anita ma'am, Deepak sir, Manoj and Rutuja and everyone, and that we have set up pro bono leadership councils for Hyderabad, wherein corporate leaders, whoever are willing to support us as a collaborative approach, if they're willing to spend some time, they can spare some time. So for across the country, for 20 impact hiring centers, Vamshi has been part of our pro bono leadership council. He traveled from Hyderabad to attend this function. So with heartful, I would like to invite Vamshi to share his address.
Good evening, everyone. Like many, even I have a special relationship with Bangalore. This is where I started my first job back in 2007, IBM, and that's where I met my wife. And now we both are working at Infosys, so that's a story altogether. But yeah, today I'm here representing or wearing multiple hats. One, I work for Infosys, and I'm also the CSR lead for Infosys Hyderabad. And I'm also part of the, and now that I'm in the Nirman event, I'll not talk about my Infosys hat because I'm here as part of the Pro Bono Leadership Council at Nirman. And as part of this, so the best part is, initially we started with a program called Women in Technology, where we supported 6,500 women in 2023. And that's where, when we saw the success of that program, is when we realized that there's much more that can be done, and this time it needs to spread across the country. And that's why we started with 20 skill development centers across 9 states and 20 locations, and that includes 2 centers even in Bangalore. And we actually started with the inauguration of the skill development centers to start with in December. December 14th was Mahbub Nagar, and then Warangal, and then go on, and the list goes on. And at the same time, so just inaugurating the skill development centers is not really going to, it's not that it doesn't help, but it's not going to help alone. And that's where we started having these HR conclaves, where we can also bring HRs from across industries so that we know what they want and what should we offer to the students in the skill development centers or the impact hiring centers. We're actually still looking for a word which can actually fit the skill development, impact hiring and all this. So we're looking, if there are some good suggestions that someone has, we will okay to take that. And as part of, Vineet Saxena is not here, but there was one answer I had if he asked me what would I do if he had given me that 1 crore. So my investment would be in a place where majorly it's untouched. It's not that there are not CSR projects happening in the Northeast, but for me, there's so much that can be done in the Northeast, and one thing that all the corporates need to keep in mind, that when you invest in Northeast, it shouldn't look like you're donating or you're doing a CSR project. It should be looked upon as a investment, because Hyderabad might be good for IT, or Bangalore might be good for IT, and then likewise Mumbai might be good for something else. But Northeast has its own, that's why they call like Seven Sisters, and there's more of hospitality and this and that happening there. So there's a different kind of skill set that need to be trained there, and that is where we thought, apart from all these 11, isn't it, if I'm not wrong, the 11 HR conclaves, the 12th one, which is not in the list but has always been on top of everyone's mind, is doing a HR conclave in the Northeast, and that would be one of its kind and first of its kind, where it will take Nirman, it will take Infosys Foundation, and it will take all the HRs to a place where it was barely touched. And the best time is for me, is now, because we've also set up a campus in Guwahati, February 21st. Infosys has its office in Guwahati. So we started setting up the office now, and then now we'll start setting up a skill development center also, which will not just focus on the skills that we want to give, but like I have also been telling the team at Nirman, that it's not the courses that I want to train should be trained at the skill development centers. It's the opinions and it's the choices of the students that are coming to the skill development, because I myself don't know what is preferred in Northeast. But if I get to know what kind of skills are recommended in Northeast, those are the skills that we will be looking at, and those are the skills that we will be training in the Northeast. So that's what we're looking at. And again, like Manisha told in the morning, and like all the leaders have told, we are just the donors and we are just the enablers, but it's you, the HRs, who play a vital role in either grooming the talent or recruiting the talent and getting them opportunities which they deserve. So I look forward for everyone's support in this mission going ahead, and thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we all ready for the next address? I would like to introduce with a lot of pride, thanks to all of you, Anita Sakuru is very recently, for the last 6 months, I believe, I started working with her. She's my senior at BITS Pilani, but however, she's also VC, she's an entrepreneur, and also philanthropist. I really I got floored when I understood that ma'am and Raghu and her family, along with the son, completely donated a land in Vizag, where with their own money constructed a shelter home for the women who are facing domestic violence. I went there, I was invited, and as a family philanthropy when they are doing this, so I told in the stage, in my address, I told that whatever little strength that I have in Nirman and in the circle, I would like to definitely bring that cause to all our business and CSR leadership. That's where I got this opportunity and invited her. Thanks, ma'am, for coming over. Please come and address us about Stree Adhikar, the initiative that ma'am has taken.
Thank you, Mayur. Thank you, everyone from Nirman, for giving me this opportunity. I know it's evening and all of you want to go back to that wonderful traffic in Bangalore. Anyway, just a quick 10 minutes. Just a couple of minutes background about what I did for CSR activities. I'm very senior to Mayur, and it's my pleasure to be his senior than his pleasure to be my junior. Very proud of what Nirman is doing. Anyway, I was part of the corporate world until recently. I did a startup in 1995, sold it to IBM in 2012. We were in the field of HR. Today, impact hiring, everything rings a bell, goes back to old memories. So our company used to be called Connexa. We were the second largest HR company in the world at that time when we sold off to IBM. So as a part of the corporate world, I was sitting where all of you, the HR folks, are sitting few decades back, and then we did all those, not exactly impact hiring, but we did a lot of hiring programs for companies and a lot of skilling programs across the world, a lot of training, retraining, and all that stuff. But my heart was always where the heart should belong, where there are grassroots problems, not scalable problems, but where people don't have help and where they don't fit into these corporate presentations. So one of my first personal CSR activity that I took was in 2007. We started a cancer foundation in Hyderabad. We associated with M&J Cancer Hospital. We built a children ward. And with very few lakhs of donation at that time, till date we gave 2,000 kids free treatment for cancer. And all that was possible only because of the management experience, process-driven, where we could apply a lot of management skills, partnered with various pharmacies, got some free drugs, got some discounted blood, got hired nurses, hired additional doctors, and put together a very good program. So from that, that program has been running well, so I resigned from that program because it doesn't need my intervention. And later on, as a part of Vizag, we had our SEZ office in Vizag. As a part of that, I started work from 2012. I started working with women at the grassroots level for their personal savings. So we had a lot of volunteers who would go to deep root, all these very, very small villages, tandas, all that stuff, and teach women how to save that 100 rupees per month, put it in a group, and so on and so forth. So, but as a part of that, time and again from 2012, I got several requests for, or several stories of how a lot of women are abused at a grassroots level, and they have no place to go. So what happens is a below middle class woman who have no education, who is either doing labor work or who's dependent on her husband, rickshaw puller, or somebody to bring the money back home. When she is in abuse, she doesn't have a place to go. She doesn't have a place to go. All the laws are there by the Indian government to protect women, but none of them work for that class. None of them work for middle class and below middle class. So what happens is the parents are in different villages. They don't have space in their home to take them even for a week or 10 days or whatever, help them, or they don't have the education to go and file cases, or the idea is not to break the family, but the idea is to make a happy family when there is an intervention needed. It was not there. So time and again, we keep getting requests saying that, okay, it is nice if we had a hostel somewhere where these people can go so that at least they're housed for a week or 10 days, and then we can actually, help them with whatever situation they're going on. And it's a very sensitive issue also. To run a shelter home for domestic violence victims or to any victims, right? It attracts a lot of negativity. But usually because it's not black and white, somebody would come and say, hey, this is, it's not the woman who is abused, she has provoked the man, or whatever. There are a lot of contradictions back and forth. And then when you do it in a community, the neighbors may not be interested in renting the house because what happens is there are a lot of police people who will visit, there are social workers who will visit. It's a very, very sensitive issue. So I didn't I was not scared of the sensitivity of the issue, but I just kept hanging on to it like that, and I think something happened at my 50th birthday or something like that. Then I was thinking, what the hell, I'm pretty courageous. I said, if a courageous person like me who wants to do is not addressing a sensitive issue, right, for the sake of sensitivity, who else will, or whatever, some kind of ego mixed with emotions, mixed with whatever. So anyway, finally we made a decision to build a shelter home, and then we narrowed it on Vizag outskirts simply because we wanted to build it a little bit away from the city. So when it is away from the city, there is that rural population that we can catch up on, and then we wanted to have it on our own. We didn't want to rent it. The reason we didn't want to rent it is I didn't want the women to be on the road when the house owner says, okay, you vacate the premise and go. We didn't want that. So I wanted to make sure that the first one that we build, was on our own premises. We build it where it is safe, it is exactly like, or better than the homes that these women are coming from. So we built a 2,600 square feet of independent home with a garden, with 16 beds, with a good kitchen. It's marble floor. it's not about, I'm not trying to show off that we put marble floor. It's a point to say that it's not something that we have done it cheaply to say that, okay, you cheap people come and stay here. It's not like that. It's how I would treat my sister or how I would treat my aunt when somebody is in trouble, right? You come and stay here. We'll take care of you. We'll give you food. We'll give you everything. If cases have to be filed, we'll file the case. If there has to be some kind of counseling with the family, we do the counseling. We try to reset the family. In extreme cases where we can't reset the family, if there is constant abuse in spite of counseling, then we help them with other formalities. But we have tied up with an organization called Brandix, which is close by. Brandix hires 20,000 women tailors. It's an apparel company. It's the largest apparel company in Southeast Asia. So we tied up with them. They have a lot of training programs. So we get them trained there in that organization and place them. And also in some cases where there are a lot of times we get inquiries from people who are educated but not supported by families, right? They're doing mid-level jobs or entry-level jobs. They are under severe abuse, but sometimes parents don't take them, relatives don't take them. So those people also we take. And then I was talking to Mayur about tying up with their Nirman's training center in Vizag so that they can get, if they're doing job, they can upskill. If they're not doing job, they can get themselves skilled and then get themselves placed and do that. So that's what we are doing. And so we can't, today we have heard about so many numbers, right? You have 1 crore. How much does it translate to number of people getting trained? And all, there is always an ROI in all the CSR activities people do. That is because it's other people's money. You have to have responsibility and you have to be accountable for every rupee and you try to measure it. But in this kind of case, the ROI is very, very low. In the sense, I have spent about 1 crore to build that, right? And then over 30 years, 40 years, that, you know, there will be a lot of women who will come there, who will establish themselves and all that. There is no instant ROI for that. Okay, but for running the shelter home, we are seeking partnerships with corporates because we want to teach capacity building in these kind of cases. So it's not a one shelter home that is going to be there. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu together, we want to do 15 shelter homes in different regions, connect all of them, share the best practices, and share it with, and also connect with organizations like Nirman, where these women are going to these training centers, getting trained, and also those apparel companies where they can, other companies, similar companies, a lot of manufacturing companies in Tamil Nadu, and here in Bangalore also there's a lot of apparel companies, manufacturing companies. So we tie up with them and we kind of get the jobs and share the best practices. This kind of facilities are available in advanced countries by the government itself. The way the government does is, like, you know, if somebody is unemployed or in a domestic violence situation, they report it, they get 2 weeks of free housing. And with their social security number, it's put in the system, so they can use it multiple times in a year or something like that. Some structure there in advanced countries. But in India, we don't have that kind of a structure. I'm hoping that we create this kind of capacity building for domestic violence and rape victims in India, where they can come, stay, we kind of take care of. It's not a permanent solution. It's only a 2 weeks interim. Maybe if the situation is very bad, 3 weeks or whatever, give psychological counseling, give medical counseling, give training, and then place them and economically make them independent. This is a plan that we have. And I know most of you don't have budgets for this kind of a special project, but I just wanted to sensitize all of you that there are issues like this, which may not be very, very scalable to look at, right? But please help us in building the capacity for such things. So what my plan for the next 15 homes is, there are individual donors. This world is full of very nice people, right? So there are a lot of individual donors that want to give the building. They want to build the building, they want to buy the land, or if they have the land, they'll build the building and give it to us for running. But if we can tie up with organizations to run it every month expenses, that will be fantastic. And we are, based on my background and everything, partnership with Nirman, we'll be responsible for every single rupee that you'll be spending. But it's not like we can't measure it like, okay, you know, for the 20,000 rupees per month that you give 2 victims, we are going to save. We can't put it like that. It's very hard because all the advertisements that you see with Cry and other things, right? Akshay Patra, no offense to them, but there's so much of advertisement saying that, you know, pay 523 rupees, you support a child, pay 1,000 rupees, you can feed so many people. We can't translate our numbers like that. We are not a marketing machine, and this issue is not a sensitized marketing machine. So we can't translate it like that, but we'll maintain a house, we'll have nursing facilities, we'll have psychological counseling facilities, we'll be constantly making rounds in the villages, sensitizing people, teaching self-respect, dignity, teaching the law, all that stuff. So this is an issue about self-respect, this is an issue about taking care of women at the grassroots level. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Either you liked or didn't like at all. Anyway, okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. In fact, my thanks to both Deepak and Manoj, being such a senior business leaders. You stayed back. I would like to request you to come onto the stage. Both Prashant and Vineet are not there. Henceforth, I would like to depend on you to felicitate ma'am. Please. I request Rutuja to come onto the stage as well. Abhi, Vamshi, Mauli, Surendran. Where is Surendran? Surendran, please come over with your team, Rupal. To all the fantastic organizations over here you are presenting, please come over. We have a 10 minutes curated volunteering, the best part of what you like. Surendran has been a volunteer as much as all of us. So please, Rupal and Surendran, please come over. Our team has worked hard, Shivani and team, Shivani and Prem. They will present about volunteering and also the Changemakers program. Shivani, please come.
Thank you, Mayur. That has to be. That has to be for sure, because you guys are sitting for so long and I am feeling little empathetic. So for that, there is one small activity which we'll do. I'll have 2-3 questions, and if you have done that, I would request you to stand and then sit again. Okay? Yes, so this is the objective, definitely, to make you awake so that you can listen about volunteering, which is an interesting one. So we'll start now. Okay, yes, I would like to have a yes or no. No. that is no from my side. Okay, so stand if you have ever helped a friend with homework or a project. Sir has raised hand, good sir. And whosoever is sitting, shall I assume that you were on the other side? Like your friends were helping you out? Okay, nice, thank you. Please sit down. Thank you so much. Okay, next question. Stand if you have ever donated old clothes, books, or toys? Oh, nice. Sir, you in blue, you have a little hand raise or stand up would be helpful. Thank you. That's good to see. So many people have donated. So what does that mean? Can you look around? Nirman team, please. So if you will look around, you will see most of the people are standing. What does that mean? Yes, you helped your friends, you helped people who were in need. That means that you are already a volunteer. So congratulate for all of them. So now with that, I hope that you all are awake. You can listen to me for another 10 minutes. Won't take more than that. Okay, great. So we have been hearing a lot about volunteering and how much impact it creates. But I would like to know, or a pulse check, do you know about what is volunteering actually? Like what does it do in a corporate setup? Do you know what is volunteering? A hands raise. What is volunteering? One, Lata, you are super active, Lata. Okay, one more. Anyone from the corporate? What is volunteering? Yes, yes. Thank you so much, sir, for that definition. Round of applause for sir. Not just raising a hand, but giving a definition also. That's perfect. So there are so many activities. Where is the slide? Yeah. So Nirman actually started with volunteering, where Mayur said that it started in 2005 with just 1 hour in a day and save 1 rupee per day. So from there it started, and if you will see, I would not deep dive into what is volunteering because you have been hearing a lot. So if you will see that from there, we have expanded, like from the education initiative, which we started in 2005, we have expanded volunteering into all of these areas. Now, whatever you look for, we have it. You want volunteering opportunities in environment, we have it. In diversity and equity, which is the buzzword in the market, if you want to look for activities in that, we have it. Now we are proudly saying that the volunteering impact in 2024 was, there were 34,293 volunteers which were engaged in 2024. There was, volunteering hours with 17,000 volunteers. So who all are these volunteers? These are the employees of your organization. So if you are looking for employee engagement activities which will not only help in engaging your employees, but it will create a meaningful impact in the society, then we are there for you. So these are the corporate volunteering opportunities which will be interesting, and definitely you would like to take it up. So in education and economic empowerment, these are the activities which you can look up to. I won't read those, you might be aware of. Then there are corporate readiness sessions, mock interviews, industrial visits. Like there are so many students which are there who are the talented ones, but they do not know what's happening in the corporate world. So those industry visits will be really helpful for them. Under environment, these are the many activities where you can take it up, you can engage your employees, and that would be amazing. You will be helping a sustainable and scalable environment, I would say. And then under health and well-being, we have blood donation drives, distribution of food, CPR sessions, and many more. These are just the names I have put, but we definitely customize the volunteering activities as per your needs. Now, if you will see, this slide I really, really love. There are these many corporates and many more actually who have helped the society with their employees. So if you will see, Microsoft has conducted 88 activities, and that's just the first quarter I am talking about, from Jan to March 2025. And because they are so much focused in education, they are doing a lot of mentoring sessions. They are having TOTs, train the trainers. It's actually the TEALS, which is their project name. And they have employed 892 in 2025, first quarter, and the volunteering hours were 3,800. Like, this is superb. A huge round of applause for Microsoft for that. Then there is Wells Fargo, There is a very, creative activity like assembling of solar lights. Like we all are talking about solar energy, how can we make it more sustainable and all of that. So this is one of the activity which was recently conducted and it had an amazing response where 575 employees were engaged and those solar lights have been distributed in rural villages. Coming to Bosch, 29 activities, school painting, teacher learning materials making, cyber security sessions, 412 employees. Like these numbers itself talks how much impact volunteering is creating in their organizations. HSBC, 11 sessions with 397 employees. AMD, 280, we have Sir here with 1,270 volunteering hours. Then First Source with 230 employees got engaged and with 665. Then F5 Networks, 180, Experian, 150, State Street, 40 employees, and CGI, 21, with 45 volunteering hours. And if you will see, these are really, really amazing activities which will help your employees not just give back to the society, but there is a different level of contentment and satisfaction. Like they will just discover themselves when they will do such kind of volunteering activities within the organizations. And these are the quick highlights which we have, and these pictures just speaks themselves. And then here comes the main slide, how can you collaborate? Like I have shown you that these are many volunteering activities which are available, so you can come join hands with us and we will be having a structured and flexible volunteering activities designed and planned for you. You will have a corporate mentorship programs like Program Vashishtha we talked about in the morning, you can be part in that. Then there are on-site and virtual workshops, like so many sessions. If you are not available for physical sessions, then definitely virtual sessions are there. In environment and community development projects, you can participate and then become a change maker, like we have Prem here. So change maker, it's actually a unique initiative which Nirman has taken up. People like you, like who are, I won't say stuck, but who are into 9-to-5 jobs, but they do really want to contribute towards the society, but because of the time, they are not able to. So that's the Changemakers program for them. So Changemakers are those people who are really, really passionate and who are having their full-time commitment elsewhere, but because, as I earlier said, that they are really interested in giving back to the society, so they join hands with Nirman. Now, every week, minimum 5 hours they are giving, and they are sharing their expertise, their time, their skills, and they are leading various unique initiatives in Nirman. Program Vashishtha is one of them, and Prem is one of the changemaker along with other 3 changemakers which we have. So you can join hands with us, and if you are looking for more volunteering opportunities, then we have our volunteering portal. You can go www.volunteeringportal. We have the website there, nirman.org. You can just log in there, sign up as a volunteer, and shoot, you will be having as many volunteering activities as you can see. So sign in and view events. So right now we have the events uploaded till June. So if you are interested, you want to engage your employees, then do log into our volunteering portal and have an amazing employee engagement. Now I would request Prem to come onto the stage and tell his experience in volunteering. He's working in Adobe for past 12 plus years, and they have conducted amazing volunteering activity in the company. I would request him to share his experience.
Thanks, Shivani. Okay, I've been working in Adobe from past 2 years, and my overall experience is 2 years. But yeah, I've been doing volunteering from past 14 years, like I said, and worked with various activities with Nirman and some other organizations also, especially with Nirman. Close to my heart, my personality has been developed over the years. I groomed a lot, right? So in Adobe also, we do multiple activities, and I did a couple of activities in Nirman where we raised funds through Beneficiary for Wayanad floods, and also we raised funds for the students in the state home. Like that, we did multiple activities through Beneficiary. So, and I think as a corporates, we should definitely collaborate with CSR, through CSR activities with such organizations, especially with Nirman, and do multiple activities with them. Yep. Thanks, Shivani.
Thank you, Prem. Now I would request Bhavna to come onto the stage. She is one of our beneficiary who feels that volunteering has created a huge impact in her life. Now let's hear from her what does she has to say about volunteering.
So, good evening, one and all who are present here. It's my honor to talk in front of such dignitaries sit upon here. Thank you for all your patience. So, from Nirman organization, when I've joined here for the full stack Java, so they are not just a organization, they're like a game changer. They have been shape on our life with such a skills, like we just not overcome with the technical skills, but also we go out of the class with all skills and with all confidence and with all ethics. And the company like Cognizant, they have volunteered for recently. So they have been taken life skills classes for us, which was very beneficial for us, each one of them. So they're like a bridge. They are filling the gap between the where we are and where we have to be further. So in the real-time worlds, how it works and how it is framed. So if we have such a volunteering things, it will be very beneficial that we could understand the real world things. So how it is working in present ways. They not only become our mentors, they'll become our role models sometimes. So if they volunteer and expertise their skills to us, so sometimes they're being very role model for us, very inspiration for us. So it's like a success is not just being on a top. You should take along a side another and lift upon them. So volunteering is such a kind thing. They're not just succeeding in themselves, they're also lifting others to get successful. So success is what it is meant to be. And I really gratitude towards the volunteering companies, and I'm really thankful for them. So I would really love to thankful for the Cognizant team, but they are not present here. And I would say if each of every companies like Cognizant, it will be a holistics. If they present their knowledge to such of the youths right now, it will be very useful for us and it will be very empowering us. And we'll get a belief on ourselves. Like they'll just communicate with us. So in the last sessions we had with the Anil sir, so he just talked with us. Some Gen Z peoples, Gen Z kids, they are shy to talk. Thus we are living in this present generations, right? There are some people, some students, they're not ready to speak. So they'll call upon their names. They'll push them. They push them for the confidence. They'll make them strong and they'll build their skills very much alive. Like they don't support only for those who are learning. They'll also support who are weak, who are very shy type of persons. So that's why. So I would say a gratitude for them. I'm very thankful for them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna, for sharing your experience. As you can see, the volunteers are not just the volunteers, they are the mentors, they are the role model for them. So it's an opportunity for all of you. If you are really looking for some meaningful volunteering activities, do reach out to us, or you can log into our portal and look for the opportunities. Thank you so much, everyone. Over to Nikhil is here.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you, Prem.
for giving a brief on the volunteering thing, what we are doing, the portal, how to get associated. Because I got associated with Nirman through the volunteering portal when I was working with the corporate. So it is a favorite subject for me, the volunteering thing. Thank you for that. Of course, with this, we conclude the second segment of today's thing. Morning, we had a very wonderful conversation. Similarly, in the afternoon, it was more on the CSR, the impact circle. Lots of leaders were here. They have shared their thoughts, how they are associated, and there were wonderful conversations which happened. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers who came and all the chief guests who were here with us, and also the change makers, corporate leaders who trusted us and were part of our event, and my team who were here since from morning, visible. Apart from that, since from a week, they were focusing towards making this event successful. Today, we are standing here only because of the team effort, what you have done, and this is for you. There were many team members who traveled from different parts of India to be part of this event. Similarly, in fact, Prem is our volunteer. He traveled to be part of the event. I would like to thank each and everyone who traveled, and similarly, operations team, Anuradha madam and the team, because of you and your support and the things, we were here for this conclave. Thank you. Partnership team for getting associated with lots of corporates and bringing them here for the program, along with the corporates. I also got connected with many volunteers and the change makers. Thank you, partnership team. And our finance team, who are the backbone for the event from the start till end. Of course, they're not visible, but because of them, the hassle-free event we had today, this is for the finance team. With this, I would like to sign off for the day. Thank you, one and all, for the wonderful support. Our technology, I forgot to mention the key teams. That's the technology team and the communication team. Today we are here, we are doing the event. We had the wonderful videos which came in, and our photography team was here who took the captured the photograph. This is for the communication team. Because of them, we were able to see the impact, what was being created. And we have shown the QR code scans and everything. We have our in-house technology team. We have software engineers in Nirman who develop the portals for us. With them, we have the complete visibility of our programs, what we are doing. Thank you, technology team. Yeah. Sure.
I request our CSR leaders to come out the stage for a group picture.
Roll up in the club and get shit cracking.
Sampath.